Hey, welcome. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm here with Isidafo, who hopefully we can hear as well.
Hello, everyone.
Yes? Looks like we
I,
can
I,
hear you.
uh, no, no,
No
sorry, no
kidneys today.
kidneys.
If kidneys would like to come on, we'd love to have him.
That's true.
Actually, sure. If anyone has some spare kidneys, it's probably the wrong way to say it, but I've never
Yes,
been big on phrasing, right?
yeah. We'll take kidneys, but not subscriptions, please.
Exactly. Yes. But we accept all kidneys.
Yeah, any
Um,
and all.
so anyway, I am as always here with Isidafo. Yeah, if anyone wants to join later. In fact, actually, while we're issuing open invitations, we did notice that. Sorry, no, notice is probably doing a lot of work there in a sentence like that. Um,
Hmm.
it has been brought to our attention. Is that better?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
It has been brought to our attention that some of the people in the community disagree with some of the ratings that we give to these, and that's perfectly fine. One of the
It's
reasons there,
good.
yeah, I mean, one of the reasons there are two of us is that we disagree with each other on a bunch of cards. So it's not surprising that other people would disagree with us too. Um,
Yeah,
but we do believe in opening the lines of communication, and so with that in mind, we're happy to welcome anyone on our stream who wants to come discuss these. Basically, like as long as you're going to be civil, we welcome differences of opinion. We welcome you to disagree with us. We welcome you to tell us, about the game design stuff too. Whether
yeah.
you're whether you're a
Any
member
of
of the
it really.
community that feels strongly about it, or a member of the development team. Uh, we'd be very happy to do it. So,
Yep, absolutely.
um, so that's true for anyone in chat, but that's also true for anybody not in chat. So, please feel free to pass that along to any of the people that that disagree with us. I mean, or that agree with us. We're always happy to have like a chorus of praise, but in all
I,
seriousness, it's a more
I'd
interesting
almost rather
stream when
not. Yeah,
they're
it's much more
yeah.
that way.
I think it's a more interesting stream when we can discuss things with people that disagree with us. Um,
Yeah. No, I mean, I think like like Charles said, it's definitely the reason that it's better to have two people on this because it's much more fun when we don't just say like card is amazing, card is terrible.
yeah,
That's pretty unexciting. But when
it
we have
is, and
cards we disagree on,
it's
it's a lot of fun.
yeah. I think it's more fun when people disagree, and you know, and we promise we'll be gentle. I know it is. At least speaking for myself, I can say that it can be a little bit intimidating doing a stream like this. uh,
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely the first time I did it, it was a bit, it was a bit strange, but yeah, you get used to it pretty quickly, I guess. So,
I'm still not used to it. I'm still terrified. I've just gotten better at like hiding being terrified. You
I
know.
don't know. It gets pretty fun once you get into it a little. I don't know.
No, though actually the one that's really bad is when I go to like upload the things to YouTube and you accidentally listen to your own stream. That is always cringe inducing.
Yeah, I don't do that. I will say I don't go back and watch anything
No,
afterwards.
I don't intentionally go back and watch it, but when you're uploading it, you're always like checking that nothing broke, and
Right,
it's
right, right.
no. Look, this is the same thing as an academic for me. You give a bunch of talks, and you get used to it, but it doesn't mean I'm not like permanently terrified. It just means that
Yeah, no, it's
I've
makes
gotten
sense.
used to being terrified.
Yeah,
Um,
I will say to Kavaguchi, I don't think Jose Molina is the card that's going to be the disagreement on.
I think we're both gonna.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we've definitely had some different disagreements. I'm guessing I'm not gonna like Molina as much as you do, but I don't think I would give it an F. Uh,
No.
um, anyway, yeah. So just to throw that out there, and we're happy to have people on stream tonight. We're happy to have people on stream, with a little bit of advanced planning. But
Well, I mean, I would say
you know,
also like if those people would rather like discuss things that's not on stream, like I'm perfectly happy to do that too. I mean, but
sure, yeah.
I think it is interesting to stream it. So I would, I think that's probably
Well, and I think it's
where.
beneficial because I think a lot of you know, I think it's valuable to be able to get different ideas and different viewpoints out there as a way of getting
Yeah,
feedback in both directions. You know.
I definitely agree. I mean, I think it's like kind of one of the things about like most every competitive game is that like the player base ends up telling the developers more about the game than they thought they knew when they released it.
Absolutely, yeah. And
And
go ahead.
yeah, no, I mean it's not just like by streaming, but like just by kind of the choices that players make and what they decide to do and all that. Like it's a lot of stuff that isn't just like us jabbering on for 4 hours about whether we think a card is really good or is a little bit good or um,
Yeah, and then people
but then
find a
you just
clever
really
way to use the things that you've given them that you didn't
yep.
anticipate.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean that's kind of the backbone of like most competitive games is people innovating in a way that developers didn't anticipate. Like it's just
yeah,
pretty much
definitely.
the way it goes. Yeah.
So I think that's always a valuable thing to look at. But I do think that also one of the things that I really like about what PT's done this year is they've tried a lot of new things,
Yeah,
and
no, that's always great.
you
That's great.
know, obviously some of them I've really disliked, but some of them I've also really liked. And when you try a lot of new stuff, not all it's not all going to be great. And so the thing that I think we've kind of looked for is like the you know good ways to kind of engage. And so anyway,
Yeah.
the point
I
is
mean,
this is an open invitation to well, really anyone who thinks they'd be an interesting guest, but especially anyone that disagrees with us. This is kind of an open invitation to come on and discuss some of these. Let's hear your take on on some of these cards and see why we have a difference of opinion. You know,
yeah.
maybe it's because you have sort of an interesting way that you've thought about using these cards that we haven't.
Yeah, I mean I get that all the time. Very often. So that would be really fun.
So, um, anyway, speaking of cards, maybe we should actually look at a couple of these cards, right? So I
Sure.
think the plan is maybe we'll start looking at a couple of these cards, and then maybe in a little bit we'll try an imperfect draft, or do you want to let's look at a few cards and then do an imperfect draft, or should we do the
Yeah, I think
imperfect
that's
draft first?
usually I think usually the a couple cards and then go on to some kind of funny draft thing. I didn't think of one. I meant to try to think of one for this week, but I didn't. So
Yeah, I
maybe someone
forgot
in
to
chat has a good
also.
idea.
We could
Oh,
definitely.
I guess we do the first few cards. People
Do we have a wheel for
can
draft ideas yet?
think of
Not
good
yet.
ideas.
If we get enough, we could do a wheel.
A
We've been
wheel.
doing a poll in the past because that just sort of seemed fun.
Yeah, I say I prefer the wheel with something like this to a competitive environment, but the wheel is
We could run
always there.
we could run a single round robin for draft ideas.
There you go.
Uh, I was trying to figure out like a bad theme teams idea. Um,
Yeah,
like the
I mean,
most
it's all
destructive
F.
one. What?
There's the only cards we given Fs. That's an option.
That could be one. The
Yeah.
most destructive one that I came up with so far um, was you can run any card in the game you want as long as nobody else in your league is running it.
Is that card by name or card by title?
I'd even say card by title is
All
fine,
right.
but
Okay.
but the problem is the maintenance of that would be a pain.
Yes, it would be very annoying. Yeah, that would be. I think that'd be fun to, if people have.
Yeah. Oh, and hi to Doctor Dynastic. Do I?
Yes.
Let me see if we finally got the shout
Hello.
out thing to work.
Oh boy,
I've been
we're not.
fighting with Nightbot the whole time.
We've been fighting with Nightbot for
I'm
ages.
gonna
It doesn't
go
like.
with no. We do
It
not
doesn't
have
like.
it working.
It doesn't like me very much, so I try to stay away from it.
Well, everyone should check out Doctor Dynastic, regardless of whether we can get Nightbot to work. One of these times, we will actually get the tech to work,
Nightbot
right?
won't worry about it, right? Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. Yeah, no, I saw the stream you guys did the other day, going through some silver turns, which was really kind of fun.
Oh, and actually, I've got an update for that. I've got an update for that, which is the Dr. D did cash and get a choice pack in one of those.
Oh, very nice. Congrats on that.
So
That's excellent. On the way to the PTCS.
exactly. Pixel chat for shout out. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. If someone wants to read more Marble Race content, all right. You know what? I will look up either Marble Race or the Words on Stream is the one that I think we had tried before that was good.
I don't know.
Actually.
I'm happy to try, but we can't even set up audio that works half the time. So that's asking a lot
All
here.
right. So what is involved in Marble? How hard is it to get Marbles on Stream to work for someone that's done that?
It's asking the wrong person here if you're asking me.
Very easy. All right. If someone wants to send me directions, I will take a shot at doing that in the background, and we can try a Marbles thing on stream. Why don't we start to look at a couple of cards, and then we'll go about losing our marbles like eventually. Does that sound like a plan?
I'm sure we'll get there at some point. That's usually the way it goes.
All right. Yeah, thanks. If you send me a message, I'll play with this in the background maybe. Oh, and we got. It must mean the tournaments. And you're still in this OOTP era cap also, right? The Thursday OOTP era cap, which at least in my time zone, I am going to be in on Saturday most likely. Yes, I am. I'm going to be in on Saturday because I cannot get knocked out in the next game.
I guess I lost my second round matchup because I think I won the first round.
Oh, you must have just been out of pitching or something after that.
Maybe. Yes, I guess so. Yeah, it looks like I ran out of pitching. Oh well, that's the way it goes.
You know, every one of these. The thing I always tell people is, I'm curious if you also have the same view here. What I always tell people about tournaments is there's basically, as best I can tell, there's literally nothing you can do that will win you a tournament. What there is there's a lot you can do that will lose you a tournament, guaranteed. And if you avoid doing any of the things that will lose you a tournament, you have a chance to win the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some things you can do to increase your chances to win by decreasing your chances to like cash, but not a lot of those.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, there's maybe some margins, but mostly, yeah, you just don't lose to fatigue, don't lose to running out of pitching, even though I did it.
Yep. Don't lose to fatigue, don't lose to running out of pitching, don't lose to just being like out-carded, don't lose to like bad roster construction.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, play the good cards, have enough backups everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Have enough pitching. That's basically it. Yeah, that's the baseline, basically. Yeah.
All right. So Dr. D gave me some instructions in the background. I will, at the risk of breaking everything on stream,
It's a
I
decided
will.
risk.
It's only happened every time we've tried to do something new.
Yeah,
Right.
it's true. Can't happen again. I mean,
Well, see, I'm a big believer that like you can make every mistake in life once. It's just don't make it twice.
I don't know. I think clearly we're due for some good stream luck. Like that's we haven't had it. Like
Yeah.
statistically, it must happen eventually, right? So that's
That's what it sounds like. Yeah. All right. So apparently, if I just go look for games and look for marbles on stream, I can just get it on Steam. Is what it sounds like.
no, that does seem pretty easy. I guess we could do that for draft ideas. People have a bunch of them.
Oh, that would be fun. Whoever wins the marbles on stream gets to pick the draft idea.
Yeah.
All right, I like that idea. All right, let's see. Add to my wish list file. Okay, so if I just install it, how is Marbles a 6 GB game?
Um,
That's actually kind of incredible, isn't it?
I guess it probably has a lot of like 3D rendered stuff that's big.
It's
I don't know.
still. I'm just saying that's still a lot,
It does
isn't it?
seem a lot, but I mean, stuff has been like just storage has gotten so like relatively compared to other stuff inexpensive that I don't know how much game developers care anymore. They just
They're just like
everyone has a lot.
who cares if it's
Yeah.
people
No, you just
people just deal with it.
yeah, just go buy another terabyte. It's fine.
Yeah,
No, it definitely does seem to be somewhat of an epidemic nowadays.
I do understand what you're saying, and I agree it's not. I agree that it does seem
It's
to be people are doing.
yeah. I mean, it's better to do it now than 15 years ago. But
Anyway, all right, we should get to a card. So what are we looking at first? We are looking at Jose Molina, right?
yes, this is a card that's in the game now.
Yeah. Oh hey, and we did win that final. We got ourselves a choice pack.
Ah, very nice.
All right, so fine. I'll download the thing and then we'll. So this is an interesting card. The Bat versus Lefties is absolutely atrocious. Right?
It sure
There's
is.
no two ways about that. That is a bad enough bat that if the game had a good way of letting you do it, you might be DHing for Molina in a lot of the cap tournaments
Certainly if you're
because a
playing
lot,
like
at least
some of
one
the
way.
yeah.
No, but even some
No, I
of the
mean,
even some of the pitchers just like randomly have better hitting than that.
nah, that's true. That's true. I mean, the
Okay.
Bat VR is better, but it's still pretty bad.
Yeah. So this is not in any way a bat. I do like that there's at least a little bit of eye. You know.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, I think you're playing this. You're pretty comfortable. It's just going to get zero offensive value. Like you're playing this for the club. This this could actually say zero in all the ratings. I don't think it would materially change the evaluation of the card.
yeah. This is like the Austin Hedges everyone was playing when I first started playing 22.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Pretty much.
completely agree with that. That you're clearly buying, only a glove, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I think the key thing is you're not actually buying anything. Like this, this is free. Um,
It is, and I guess the question is that enough to, you know,
well, I mean, I think we can agree it's by far the best 40 catcher. Like, I don't have it remotely close. Um, I, I think in most places I'm going to pay 10 points for Mathis if he's
yeah, I think
eligible.
I think I'm always paying 10. Yeah, so to begin with, I think I'm always paying 10 points for Mathis. Like to me, that's not close.
No, Mathis is a lot better. But I mean, I think this is good enough as a 40 that I'm happy to play it as a backup to Mathis, like most places where I'm playing Mathis. Actually, probably everywhere I'm playing Mathis. I don't think I'd ever play not this.
Um,
Um,
I'm not sure I like it quite as much as you do, just because of how bad the bat is. So first off, a lot of the caps take place in earlier eras. And in an earlier era, the fact that Mathis still has 76 I and still has 74 gap power and still has a little bit of BABIP is enough that he survives in earlier eras for me where the catcher ability gets downgraded.
yeah, in some
And
era
but
stuff,
but
this is not
Molina
going to be good.
doesn't. So Molina in modern era caps, I think the glove is so good you're going to find a way to play him. But in an early era cap, I don't think you play him. Uh,
No, but the thing is that most of the earlier caps actually are pretty loose because you only need three pitchers or whatever a lot of the time, and then most of the time, like the caps are loose and you can play even Mathis is probably a backup a lot. Uh, so there, I mean, I think Molina's value is mostly in obviously tight caps, uh, and I will say there are two. Well, actually, yeah, I really guess it's two formats for this card. I think is kind of required. The first is the tournament lab, the current tournament lab at least.
Yeah, I think in that format. No, isn't that format low iron? Sorry, I mean high iron floor.
I don't believe so. I'm pretty sure it's a low gold ceiling and no, like, a 40 floor.
Okay, if it's no floor, then yeah, I think this is a required card.
And the other card place where it's required card, which is again the case with the next card we'll get to, is the Sunday. What was it called? Modern era diamond thing.
I think that's the official name.
Yeah, it's close enough. Where there's like two 40s and it's Duel Lugo and Sergio Alcantara, and now these next two cards, and you just have to. I mean, you just
Yeah. So
like you're
so for
saving
what
points
it's
and it's better.
worth, if I run it in 1908, uh, I have Molina as very slightly better than Frank Chance, but only very slightly. Like you could run Chance instead. 1908.
Yeah, but I mean, if that's the case, 1908, then in modern he's going to be.
Oh, and in modern, my Molina, yeah, no, in modern you're always in modern. I have Molina like only a couple wins behind Mathis, so you
Yeah,
clearly would play Mathis, but
yeah, you're
you
playing
love
Mathis
this
Molina.
card as your backup,
Yeah, you're just playing Mathis
and
Molina.
it's close enough that I think I actually semi-platoon it. Like at least certainly if you're microing, what you do is you try hard to
Yes.
give Molina like a third of the start. So normally what I do is I run, like just if tired. But I think
Yep.
here it's going to be more like Molina gets a third of the starts versus righty and if
Yeah,
tired versus lefty or something like
I
that.
wish that setting actually worked, but um, yeah, I mean, if you're microing, that's what you want to do, for sure.
Yeah.
Make sure Molina gets, you know, yeah, yeah. Grabster, it's good for that Thursday OHB Air Cap too. It's just good for everything, but the reason it's so good for those two is because like lives aren't eligible. Um, well, actually, I guess the the other thing, the lives are eligible, but the Modern Era Diamond lives are not eligible, so you can't play Austin Hedges. You have to play like Roberto Perez, not Roberto Perez, Rod Barajas is the 42.
Yeah.
So which is he's just, I mean, it's so much better. Um, uh, yeah. No, I mean, I think this card, like, if you're playing Mathis as your starter, this should be the backup always, basically.
Yeah.
Which just makes it really good, right? Like it's the nothing special cap too. It's really good because you can play Mathis there. Um,
Yeah, I mean it's certainly a card that's, primarily good specifically because you're getting it at 40.
yeah, I mean, this is not like Mathis where you're gonna, like, play it in league, even though it probably wasn't like the best thing to do at the time, but it wasn't that far off. Like, this is not a league card. This is a pure cap card. Maybe low iron, maybe, but
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure. But I think that's still good enough for an S probably. I mean, it's just going to be in almost every cap format where your Masters are started, which is a lot of them.
I feel like I think he actually does get crowded out, earlier on. I think the bat is so bad that this is actually a much easier card to kick out of the meta than Mathis. So
Oh, for
I don't
sure.
think this is quite an S
Uh,
tier card. But I do think it's a card you're going to play everywhere. Like one way to think about it is Mathis, was an S tier card where we were telling everyone, yeah, it's going to cost you 50K to get this card right now. You will make your 50K back if you go out and get this iron card.
yeah, I mean, well,
Um,
the thing is that in order to get value out of Molina, you have to have all the other cards already. Like, you have to have the big hundreds to get value from him.
yeah, but I think even if you do, I still think this is a card where if you pay 25K for this Molina, I don't think you're getting that value back.
Especially since he's dropped to 6K in
Has
12
he
hours.
dropped to
No, but
6K?
uh,
I've not looked recently. See, all right. Let me re-get a new card list because mine now has the last tens.
aha.
Apparently, export card lists
There's
is
a new
crashing
column in the card
things.
list. There's a new column in the card list. If
Oh,
that's going
why?
to cause some
Why
problems for
would
you.
they do that?
It's at the end, at least.
Why
And
would
it's actually, I will
you?
say,
Ugh.
It's a really good column to have. It counts how many cards you own, so I quite like its existence. I wish it had existence at the beginning.
If only there were like some place that they announced these changes that were accessible to everybody in the community.
I've never heard of such a place.
No, no, it's a silly idea.
Um, I will say I'm really happy they added that column because it's actually very helpful. Um, I just wish they had added it not now, and preferably at the beginning of the cycle this year.
Yeah, this doesn't want to parse. Okay, well, we get to see how quickly I can hack away at this in the background. But in the meantime, so I think this is more like an A just because of kind of the lack of playing in early eras with the lack of a bat.
I don't know. I feel like there's enough caps where you're going to want this. Like Mathis was a super S plus. This is not a super S plus, I guess. But I still think it just plays too much stuff.
How much do you think? How much would you pay for this card? Maybe that's the deciding factor. Like now that it's 6K, you know,
as a packable iron or as a
yeah,
I mean,
because it is a packable iron. But like, what let me rephrase. Right now, I can buy this card for 6,300. Should I buy this card for 6,300? Am I gonna get enough value in your view out of doing that, or should I wait for this card to be lower in a week?
I bought one for about that yesterday.
Apparently, actually, no. I can now buy it for 6,400. But
it was
yes.
Not really because I was thinking about it as a buy proposition. I just wanted to play the card and didn't really care if I was paying an extra 5K or not.
That's fair.
So, if you're on like some extreme budget, if you're on some extreme budget, probably you're not supposed to pay 5K for it. You're supposed to wait a week. But in all honesty, most of the time, if you decide there's a card you want for a week, some weeklies or dailies, 5K is not the difference in whether you should buy it or not. You should just buy it. It's not going to make much difference in the long run.
No, I was just trying to figure out, does it get the value back? Because that's part of what I was thinking about it. Like,
probably
if this is really because if this is like an S tier card, I feel like for an S tier card, the answer is just get it. You need it in your lineup now for everything you're playing.
Well, I mean, even S tier cards, like there's some price you wouldn't pay for them. I mean,
yeah. Okay, actually, here's an interesting question. Does this card play open iron?
Maybe.
I think I'm playing Mathis Ross.
I've been playing Mathis Severeid, I think, who's a little worse defensively, but actually has a bat that isn't a noodle.
Because I'm thinking, like if it's a 40 overall that plays open iron, that's a good indication that this is an S tier card.
It's got to be somewhere close to that. I mean, I don't know.
So is this your backup in open iron?
I mean, I think you can do it for sure. I don't know that it's probably somewhere close. I would think.
Let me see what my model says. That's a good question.
I can look also. I didn't actually prepare this because. No.
Why, what are we, professionals here?
Well, usually I do the sub look through to make sure I didn't miss something terribly. But
my assumption is that that's the advantage of having two of us, is we're unlikely to both miss the same thing terribly.
I've missed some stuff terribly before that I really shouldn't.
All right.
So
I have Molina as very slightly ahead of Ross and Downing for number 2 among iron. It's close. Like, I think you could make an argument for any of them. And if of course, if I move the split to be more righty or more lefty, that'll push him one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, iron is a lot of righties generally. Yeah, I have Molina number 3 behind Severeid. So I have Mathis Severeid Molina, but it's pretty close.
All right. Is there such a thing as an S minus?
Well, no. I guess.
Yeah, all right. We'll give him an S. We'll give him an S. It's barely an S, but we'll give him an S.
It's very good.
And I see I've got. Okay. I think we know this team.
Yes,
Oh, this is a solid build too. Plus they got a Kluber, which is a good card. All right, we're in trouble here in round three. But
this Skeins is interesting. I don't think that's a card I would play in this, but
so
it's
Skeens is a card that, if you can believe it, showed up for me. I don't want to say too much about the PTMS, but I will say this card showed up for me on my PTMS screen.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. The stamina is a bit rough, and the splits are big. But I
Well,
guess
no, it was because the splits are big. It was,
yeah,
because you have different models for what people are going to do in that park. And
yeah,
the more
that's
you
for sure.
decide that people are only running righties, the more a card like this becomes interesting.
But shouldn't you just play Tim Keefe instead then?
It depends how much you believe in the BABIP.
Yeah. Anyway, we probably this is probably not a discussion for this
No,
moment.
no, 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 no PTMS discussion until about a week and a half from today, right?
Yeah. I think
We got, we
that's
got,
pretty much
we
it.
got, we got some Pedros to fail to win.
Exactly.
I'm gonna make a killing.
I hope I will. I got approximately 75% chance at it.
Yep. All right. What do we got? Chris gets. So he's 40 overall, and he simply is a 40 overall, like special edition. So that's already worth something for like an SE cap.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, SE Cap is now 1985, so it's not as important to like fill your roster.
And
Um,
he only plays second base, which is a bit of a problem.
the only listing base. So actually, this is a card I think is like fine. Like for SE Cap, you're obviously put on your roster because he's free and you usually have extra players. So fine, whatever. He's not going to hurt anyone. I think this card is the most important for that modern era diamond cap that we talked about with Molina because he is the only 40 who's not a catcher and not Dual Lugo and Sergio Alcantara who are cards. Um,
They are technically cards. Actually,
you,
does Lugo have a bat that's worse than Molina?
yes. Oh, they're those cards are not cards. They're. I mean, it's fine. They're not supposed to be cards. Like they did their job, but
Yeah.
uh, they're not cards.
Um.
They're close to the point where you'd rather play Gym Unknown.
Hey, some of those gym unknowns are good.
It's just you don't know which one you're gonna get. Is the problem.
But wouldn't you rather play Stubby Clap than
Stubby Clap is not eligible. I don't believe.
he's
Because
2001?
yeah, that tournament is 2005 and older with 2005 plus with no lives.
Okay, so he's basically by construction necessary for that.
Yeah, he's the only card that you can play. There's a 40, so you have to play him. You don't have a choice. He saves you points.
Okay.
So if you play that format, you need this card. There's just no way around it. You have to have it.
Okay, but I don't think that makes a card good. Like the fact that you can literally construct a format where it's the only eligible card doesn't
No, I
actually make a
mean
card good.
it's the only thing that saves him from an F, but it gets him a D.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask chat for a ruling on this one. Does it count if the only thing that makes the card playable is the fact that a format has been constructed where it is literally the only legal option?
I mean, how could it be an F if we're saying you have to play it? It can't be an F. F means it's not you can't play it anywhere, and we're saying you have to play this card. I don't see how it could be an F then.
Okay, but for any card, I could construct. I mean, I could construct a 2009 only tournament in which, like,
Sure,
you'd have to play
but that
this.
doesn't exist. That this format actually exists.
All right, I think we need a ruling in chat here. What do y'all think? Does that make it a D, or does that make it an F?
I mean, it's worth nothing for any other format, but
Wouldn't play an SE cap. But the question is,
I
okay,
mean,
there
I'll,
is a
I,
here. Let me pull up the format just to show the one
I,
you're talking about.
I put this on my roster as a cap because I was running 24 players. Now I'm running 25 players. He's not in my depth chart anywhere. He's just there. I mean, like he can pitch run. I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm only playing as a cap because I had 24 players on my roster.
The tournament you're talking about, which one is this now? It's
It is, I believe, it's Sunday Modern Era Diamond Cap. I think
Modern
it's
Era
called.
Diamond Cap.
Yeah. The important thing with this is that you can't play lives. Lives are not allowed in this.
That's right,
Um,
because lives are because this is modern era but historical.
right. Um, if you can play lives, you wouldn't play this.
So this is the one format in which gets plays.
Nah, you're good. Really. Yeah, it's the only format he plays. Other than SE Cap, if you have extra roster space, then you just stick them on there because why not?
But if you have any of the other 40 LEs, you'd play them over gets.
Well, I mean, you could easily. I had 2 roster spaces. I mean,
Yeah.
so yeah. I mean, I think this format alone. This is the only saving grace from an F. This is other than that, it'd be a pretty obvious F, I think.
All right. Chat seems to think that that makes it worth a D. So
Yeah, no,
we
it's not better
will.
than D. It's not
So
better than
we
D.
will go with chat, and we will give it a D. Grumble, grumble, grumble.
A D for
A
don't put
D,
us
a
trying to
D,
do
a,
up
a,
Sunday
a
Mario
D, a
Kart.
D for dreadful.
Yeah.
It gets a D for dreadful, but you know, sure, why not?
Yeah.
Um, oh, and speaking of things that begin with D, we need to do a TWIP draft as well.
Oh, okay. Well, that one we should, I guess, probably actually do for real.
All right, let's finish the irons, and then we'll do a TWIP draft, and then we'll see if people want to take a shot at a
Sure.
at an imperfect draft. So
Sure.
we
So,
get to our first Clemente, the Iron Clemente. Um, like all the other Clementes, it's a right fielder.
well, one of the bronze is not only bronze can actually play left and center too. But
I will say for most of the Clementes, if you could find a way to play them somewhere else, you'd be very happy to do so.
yes, generally that would be ideal. Um,
Uh, apparently, Marbles on Stream does not like my graphics driver.
well,
Well, I don't like my graphics driver either.
we could do it next time if it's not working. Fine.
We'll see. All right. So you get a really good defensive right fielder. Actually, I think it's a better defensive right field shows on the card because this is finally the right shape. It's the opposite of everything else in the game where outfield error is the one good part of the card. Here it's the one bad part of the card, and I will very happily take someone that'll get to a lot more baseballs and drop a few of them.
Yeah, no, I mean this is a. I mean, this is a phenomenal fielder, but I just think this is a phenomenal card in general. Just really, really excellent. I have it as the best iron right fielder both ways. Not particularly close.
Yeah.
I just want to play this everything it's eligible for, basically.
I think the card not having eye is a problem and not having power is a problem.
I would like it a lot more if it had those, but then it would not be an iron.
So because of those things, my model really doesn't like the bat much. Like my model would rather play a Brett Phillips shape or a Herm McFarland shape, which I mean, this is the discussion we've had all year, where
Right.
my model wants I and your model wants BABIP, and this is exactly where, and I think Clemente is exactly the kind of card where our models are going to disagree as much as possible.
Yeah. Well, we're going to agree on one of them, but the other one's probably not.
So my model doesn't really want to go out of the way to play this because the eye is so bad and the power is so bad. In an early era, I start to get more interested in the card.
It is also worth noting that this card is an SE because all these Clementes are SEs, so you can play this in SE cap.
Okay, that's true.
Which is potentially interesting. That actually maybe is the only saving grace for the bronze, because it has
Yeah.
3 positions. But yeah, I mean, I just want to play this in every iron thing I can, and probably in cap stuff too. I think I tried it in low silver actually.
I do think this is better than the bronze.
Yeah, well, I like the bronze actually quite a lot, but the problem is this iron is just so good that I like the iron better than the bronze. Um,
So I have it as
I
being good enough for an iron that it does end up being like playable, but I don't have it as my top option in right field.
hmm. Yeah, I just have it the best both ways.
How good do you have the bat?
Let's see. I have him number 4 VL behind Rusty Kuntz, Jimmy Ryan, and Jake Powell, and VR like 15th below a bunch of other stuff.
Okay, so you just love the bat.
Yeah,
What do you
and the defense.
what do you have him hitting actually? I'm just curious. I'm just trying to figure out the differences between our model here
Uh,
because we you know
I
we run into
I
this a
don't.
lot.
Yeah, I don't have an easy way. I don't really like. I don't have like a slash line or anything that's gonna be easy for me to get. But I have him as basically like 2-way, like 15 runs of batting of average per season, and like another 15 runs of defense.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to like find what I expect
I
him
can
to hit because it just looks so. Yeah, it just looks
I can try to
strange.
find a slash line, but
Yeah.
I don't know that I have a easy way to get one.
Anyway, look, I mean, I sort of expected we were going to have this discussion on a lot of the Clementes because this is exactly the kind of shape where our models have disagreed all year, and so it's the kind of shape where we're going to disagree.
Yep, pretty much. Um, yeah, I mean, I think you know, like this is well the gold also, but this is probably one where I think we'll both play it or think about playing it like anyway.
Yeah, I think so.
It
Um,
is fairly significantly overstated. Um,
yeah, it's definitely overstated enough that I'm interested in the card regardless. It's just one of these where I'm probably going to be playing a little bit against the model, which sort of feels a bit funny.
right. Yeah, I mean, I guess all the iron is also often a format where you're trying to platoon a lot, and this doesn't need one, which is kind of nice. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, probably we're gonna have the same discussion with all these Clementes, where I say I want to just play it and everything, and you don't like it at all, except the bronze, where I
Except the
think we
bronze where
agree.
we're going to agree.
Yeah,
I'm
because
just
it's
going to
worse than
take
iron.
one. I'm going to try one other thing with the model just to see what that does. Um, I'm just curious what happens if I turn off some of the normalization. Because part of what I'm doing is playing a little bit with the normalization.
Yeah, I mean, I bet that will make it a bit better. I mean, yeah, for tournaments, I don't do much. I mean, it's a little, I guess, but it's not. There's not nearly as much in the way of normalization stuff that I used to do for league. So that may be some of the difference too.
Okay, so that all right. Well, I understand exactly. Well, all right. So it's actually really this simple as far as where our disagreement is on the card. I think. I have this card as 7 points of OPS higher than Herm McFarland with a bat, just two-way bat.
Yep.
Um, and 68 points lower WOBA.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to depend, I guess, also what weights
and
you're using.
so that's kind of exactly where the difference is.
Right. Yeah. I mean, your woba weights just clearly have walks and singles a lot closer together than mine do, and that's definitely a lot of what's going on.
So I'm curious what your WOBA weights are because I've got a few different historical options in here. I think it's
So
actually worth. Yeah, I actually think this is
I
worth discussing on stream because it kind of not only does it come up a lot, but it's
no,
interesting from a
it is
modeling
worth
point
saying.
of view.
I don't scale mine, which is probably different than some other people do. Like I don't match it to OBP or whatever. I think it's OBP that they match it to.
Okay.
So mine are a little lower than everyone else's probably. But I have. Let's see. Let me just give a ratio because that's probably going to be cleaner. Um, I have a walk being worth like 80% of a single.
No, I have something very similar.
Hmm.
Okay. Then if that's not the difference,
Well, what about a double? How much? What? How much of a? How much of a? Let's see, I've got a little more than half a double for the walk.
yeah, I've got 0.69, 0.89, 127, 162, 210 for walk,
Okay, yeah,
single,
that's
double,
yeah,
triple homer.
that's scales. Well, what I can just multiply them by something. That's probably the easiest way to do it. What's the usual with scales? Like 1.2, right? I'll just multiply them by 1.2. That would be close enough. Okay, after I do that, I have 0.76, 0.92, 1.33, 1.64, 2.06.
Yeah, we're pretty similar. Okay, then I'm really puzzled. Is it possible I've introduced a bug in calculating WOBA? It could be.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
I could have easily have a bug too. I
or,
mean,
or, or, or you could have a bug in calculating WOBA. Either way.
yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna spend a bunch of time debugging right now, but
No, no, we'll
uh,
just come back to this.
I did find one with ARM yesterday, but it was pretty small, so it shouldn't have made much of a difference on any evaluation. It was like only like one or two runs a season for most cards.
Hmm. Okay, well, we can come back to this, but anyway, this is clearly the difference in the card is because, like I said, I have Clemente as having, a higher OPS than Herm McFarland, but being, 4.5 wins worse with a bat anyway because of these Woba weights.
Yeah, I mean, I have Clemente and McFarland as pretty much equal bats VR, and then VL obviously
You have Clemente a
it's
lot better, yeah.
yeah. And then, I mean, McFarland's defense, I don't think is particularly close to this, if I remember. Or
No,
maybe,
no. If it's even remotely close, you would prefer Clemente for the defense. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, McFarland I have number two, so it's not like I don't like McFarland, but uh,
All right, we're gonna have to figure out off stream why our models are so different on this. Then.
yeah, I guess maybe we're just supposed to give Clemente like a Clemente grade.
So, I think I can at least say that if I compare him with cards that are like of a similar shape, this is clearly like a significantly overstated
Oh,
card.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they're all like that. It's just that the bronze is not quite overstated enough compared to the iron. But other than that, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, they're all yeah, very overstated.
So I think it's easy to see that this should be an excellent card. It's just, does the lack of eye hurt it so much that I'm correct to disregard it anyway? Right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's why these kind of deserve, the Clemente grade. Yeah, if you want this shape, this is the card you should play. If you don't think the shape is good, then you're not going to play this card because you don't think the shape is good. But like, if this is a shape you will consider playing, then this is the one you should
Then
play
this
of
is the
it.
best card of that shape.
Yeah,
And another way to
I allow.
say it is that, a lot of people have been running Jimmy Ryan as a DH. Jimmy Ryan is like this shape, but with more eye.
Yeah, I
Right?
mean Jimmy Ryan's obviously better than this, but as a hitter, that is.
Yeah.
Um,
But you're getting a lot of right field defense here. And like I said,
yes.
at least my model thinks that you're underrating the defense just by calling it 103 overall, because this is a perfect shape like
Oh
right
yeah.
fielder.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean I almost entirely ignore error.
All right, what
It
do we,
contributes very
maybe
little
we
to
should give
anything
him
I
like
do.
an A or a B, just sort of split the difference.
Yeah, I mean I'd give this an S, but um, actually, yeah. I mean, I don't know. The cards are all going to be the same like this. Like I'm going to want to give an S to the iron, silver, gold, diamond, and perfect.
And I'm definitely not going to be that high on them.
Yeah, so that's
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe split the difference. Yeah.
well. I was just saying we just give it a. This is a Clemente card. Like they're all like that, right? They're all exactly the
All
same
right.
shape.
How about we give it an
So
A question mark? So
sure,
split the difference,
right.
but we'll give it a question mark. Is that fair?
Yeah. No, I think that's that the caveat basically is that this card. Your value of this card is entirely dependent on what shape you want to play. Like if you want to play this kind of shape, then you just play all these cards,
Yeah, and,
except for
and
bronze.
also I think it's going to depend a lot on your sliders because kind of a lot of my sliders are tuned to a team that walks a lot,
Right.
and my guess is your sliders aren't really tuned that way.
I mean, it depends on the format. Some formats I like, especially the 1990s era ones. Like, it's a lot more that way. But yeah, for the most part, they're not as much. I'm much more to be aggressive on base running, for example.
Right. Okay. Let's do one more, and then I do have to do the draft, and then maybe we'll go from there.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, actually, I guess we can talk about the missions later. But we should say something about the missions at some
I've got things I want to say about the missions as well.
point.
Actually, yes. Uh, yes, I've also
That's
got
probably a long
things that
discussion.
I
But let's
want to say
maybe we
about
do that.
the missions.
Maybe we do that when we get to the silver.
Yeah, all right, all right. We'll save
Okay,
that one.
the bronze is pretty easy though, right? Because the iron's better.
The bronze is basically the iron minus a lot of I, and you know how much I like
Yeah.
I. Now I will
Yeah. I mean, you,
say, as much as this is missing I, my model also really likes the extra gap power.
yeah. I mean, I
So
like
if
this is a
this had a
card.
little bit of I,
This is a card I would play in bronze if I couldn't play the iron.
but I think it's
But
I think it's worse than the iron.
yeah, the only reason to play is if you. I mean, it's worse defensively too. It's actually quite a lot worse defensively. The only reason to play is if you want the left and the center, which I don't think will
Well,
be
okay.
useful anywhere.
So you made the point that it should be a D if there's at least one like clear format where it has to play.
Sure.
If you're gonna play him at all in a bronze, there is a bronze only.
Yeah, I didn't play him in that today.
I still don't think I'm gonna play him in the bronze only.
No, especially because bronze is not a lot of left-handed pitching at the moment.
All right. So
So
this one actually we agree is
I think
unplayable. It
this one
sounds
is
like.
just yeah. It would be if the iron didn't exist or this had a name other than Roberto Clemente, it wouldn't. I would not give this an F,
Okay.
but it does. So that's it.
All right. We gotta do a TWIP draft, or else we're gonna forget.
Yep.
Let's do a TWIP draft. Yeah, let's remember to do a TWIP draft. I think that's a good plan. Um, and then we'll go from there. But we have 27 minutes, plenty of time. Plenty of time to do a TWIP draft. I still think we haven't won more than one round on stream, so I don't know if we should do anything differently or just assume that like eventually it'll even out.
Well, maybe we should just pick the opposite of the card we want. Because clearly if we're not doing it right this way, then we should do something else.
All right, what do we got here? Comerica Park, a little bit righty favored.
Yeah, in 1995, so tons and tons of power.
All right, righty power.
Righty power. That's what we want. Righty power.
So Babe Ruth.
We get two cards, so this one is
And
not
A-Rod.
challenging.
All right, Babe Ruth and A-Rod.
Yeah.
Babe Ruth and A-Rod. Great card in
Valdez.
Babe Ruth. Great card in A-Rod.
Yeah.
And there is this new Dick Allen who we'll talk about
That
later.
card
but,
is excellent. We should take that card.
I think we should take Dick Allen.
that card is really good.
Maybe it's just story.
I mean, I like Brian Harvey as a reliever, but I don't really want to take a reliever in this round.
You know what? I don't hate a, in a single elimination tournament, I actually don't hate a reliever because your top reliever is probably more valuable than like your fourth starter.
Maybe. Yeah, Story is pretty bad.
Let's
I
go
don't
Harvey.
hate Harvey.
All right, we'll go
I don't
Harvey.
hate Harvey. I mean, yeah.
Then we get this
It's
round.
always-
Well, Corey Koski has I, so
Yeah, I think we take Korikoski. That Alex Rios, I was a bit surprised was not in the mission yesterday.
No, he's not in a mission yet. George.
No, it's a bit surprising
yeah.
though because he's Puerto Rican.
Oh, didn't know
so
that.
I don't know why he wasn't in them. Actually, I bought one in anticipation, but he didn't end up in them.
Well, maybe we go Jake McGee.
Two relievers. Ugh. I
Well,
mean, Jake McGee's
we've already
good.
gone one reliever. Why not go two?
I guess. All
What
right.
what else are you gonna take?
George Stone. I mean, it's
Uh,
totally wrong shape for the format, but the card is
it's
not
the
like
wrong shape for the
completely
format, and
horrid.
he's a DH.
Yeah. I mean, it is probably Stone because I don't think we'll have enough innings for two relievers, but
That's good.
it's
We'll
painful.
take the reliever. Why not?
It
We'll
is
do
it
it.
is pretty painful to take George Stone.
All right, we'll take the reliever. All right, well here we go. Todd Hundley is the correct catcher for this format.
Yeah, it's Hanley and David Price, right? That looks pretty easy.
Probably Price. Yeah, I'm just quickly looking if there's anything else
I mean,
like.
Price is
Rosen's
not great.
horrible for the era.
Nah, but we already have we have to have third and everything covered, so can't even start him really. Price
All
is
right.
like not great, but he's okay.
All right. Well, I know what you're gonna say, but I am looking at that Hal Woodchick.
All right, we're definitely taking Willie Randolph, right? That one's
I
pretty.
think it's Randolph and Woodchick.
How? What is Russ? I have no idea what Russ Bowers looks like.
Neither do I, but I'm just assuming that means unplayable.
That would be my guess, but we can check. Oh, it's actually a decent shape for the thing. I don't hate that.
Bowers or Woodchick?
Veritech is actually.
Yes,
A pretty good
Stratico.
card,
We've
too.
had. This is not the best draft we've had, but we've definitely had some good options. Some good, some
Some good,
tough.
some not good.
Our first
It's
round
better
was good.
than
Our
the
first round was
first round.
excellent.
Yeah, very good. I think I would take Bowers.
I'm tempted
Reggie
to go with
Cleveland is
Woodchick.
also
Is just
not
so
horrid.
good. I mean,
Yeah,
look at what you're
nah.
getting here.
No, I know, but we have this is three. I don't know. I don't think we can possibly find enough leverage innings for three relievers.
What if we only have one starter?
I don't know about
Bowers
that
is just
one.
not good, though.
No, but I mean, you could take Reggie Cleveland if you think he's better. It's true. The AI will make Woodchick a starter anyway, even though he has like 35 stamina.
That's true. We could start Woodchick.
This is that better than Bowers? No, it's probably worse.
What? Woodchick?
Cleveland.
Bowers is probably a little better.
Probably better.
Woodchick is so much better.
Yes. Only had
right. What does
only had
everyone
50
think?
more stamina.
Bowers or Woodchick? It's historical. She got to add like 10 to his stamina. Could we run Woodchick as a starter, like 18 batters faced?
Could try, but he's our second starter right now, so that seems a little not great.
Well,
Only
we may
one
not
gold
get
round to
we
go.
may not get to a third starter. I mean, if Russ Bowers is our second starter, we're not getting to a third starter.
I mean, we can try. I don't think it'll work, but we can try.
Sammy Hughes.
No, we
right.
can't. We're
He's got 39 stamina. All right, I'm gonna ask Chat. Chat, what do you think? Can we run Woodchick as a starter? In is it 1995?
I mean, the game will let you. That much is certain, but he's going to pitch 4 innings to start, right? Like he's not going to get more than that.
Go deep bullpen. See, I see a no and I see an SU7. And I see
I'm
a
entirely
yes.
sure what SU7 means, but
I'm seeing some yeses.
probably yes. All right, sure. Let's
I'm seeing some yeses.
Let's try it.
Hey, nothing else we've done has worked. We said we were going to do something different, right?
That's true. No, T-Chuck, I don't think we can take both pitchers because Willie Randolph's actually a good card, even though he's the wrong format.
This is the good Klazuski.
This is the good Klazuski.
But I think we need the pitchers. I'm thinking it's Roberts and maybe Barnes or Winter.
I don't know if
Barnes or
Winter
Winter
is better. I don't know which
for
one's
this
better, but
format
whichever
here.
one.
Here's the
one's
comparison.
better.
But we need the pitchers for sure. Which one's better?
That
Probably
I
Barnes
think
because we don't need the
Barnes.
stamina.
Yeah, I think Barnes.
Yeah, because we don't need the stamina.
Yeah,
Isn't it, okay, do you want, okay, without knowing which is which, do you take Nubby or Sassafras?
I don't know. I like that Redmond card too, but
Yeah.
we should take it.
Alright, well, we can take the best Bob available, I guess.
Doesn't have a place to play, but that's all right. He's the best card.
He's the,
Actually, maybe we don't take him.
what are you
We don't.
thinking?
Do we take? We could take Rich Becker and Randy Wolf.
Well, we have 4 starters already if Woodchick's a starter.
Becker is very good. Becker is going to be one of the
I
best.
definitely want Becker.
Yeah, I think it's Becker and then either Ferguson or Wolf. But Wolf is like kind of okay.
Wolf is kind of okay. On the other hand, it's a righty favored park, so I think we'd rather the righty.
Yeah, I'm fine with Ferguson too. Ferguson's such a good card.
Alright, best Bob available.
Yeah. Al Smith isn't
This is not our best round.
No, it's fine. We take Gutierrez Dula. That looks all right.
Sure.
Becker plays right too. You can slide him over.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Duel's fine versus righties. The problem with Gutierrez is, he only plays.
Yeah, oh, you can platoon with Becker. Becker plays right. It's fine.
Okay,
No
it does
problem.
mean we have 2 players on our roster nicknamed Death Defying Things.
Okay, there you go. Let's do it then.
And 2 is better than 1, right?
That's what I've heard.
Um,
More the better. Kerry Wood, Whit Merrifield?
Kerry Wood Garrity, you think? Or
Oh, my bad. I meant Garrity. I don't know why I said Merrifield. Yes, Garrity.
unless think
we want to take Johnny Cooney.
Nah.
How many starters do we have?
3 in Woodchick.
And this is our last silver round?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll find it.
We'll find something, right?
Yeah.
Hey, how likely is it that we're going to need a 5th starter? Let's be honest.
Joey Gallo?
Joey Gallo and pass.
That Michael Lorenzen I don't think is horrible.
I mean, he's not horrible for the format. Yeah, why
I'll
not?
be the best pitcher we got.
Probably our backup DH.
Yeah. No, he only has 22 on it.
Now, this is your 1995 pitcher right here. And a
Yeah,
lefty
that's
and a
a good
lefty to boot in this park.
No, we got the real 1995 pitcher.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're taking Giolito. Let me start with that.
Giolito Gura, I think, is pretty.
I think it's Giolito Gura, right? It's just.
Yeah.
So actually, we have a
Greg
pitching staff.
Greg Allen is pretty decent, but
We have a pitching staff now.
no, our pitching staff is okay. We need a catcher, right? Or with
No,
Garrett.
we've got
Never
2
mind.
catchers. We got 2 catchers.
Does P. Babbitt? Yes, P. Babbitt is relevant sometimes. I've heard.
I've heard P. Babbitt matters.
Yeah.
So we do want.
I will say
we want a right fielder ideally because Gutierrez really is probably
Gutierrez
not starting in center except versus lefties.
Yeah, Gutierrez. Well, he also, yeah. He's definitely touched with lefties.
So Ron Darling is fine.
Yeah, Ron Darling's fine. We can take Ron Darling.
Moose Haas is named Moose though.
That would be 13 pitchers that we took them both. We are running kind of short starters, so maybe it's okay. Actually, that Tom Cosgrove is not.
I think I want some. I think it's Darling and an outfielder. It's just Blade is probably not really what we want.
Elehuris Montero, I think, plays positions even though he's listed as a DH, and he's a decent hitter.
Position. Well, you're fine playing anybody at third base, right?
Yeah, he's great.
I think Blade is better if we're gonna just throw a backup outfielder in there.
Yeah,
at the corners.
Blade's fine. Take Blade. I mean, this is actually the era where people have matters the least, but.
Desmond Jennings maybe is the other outfielder.
No. Siani's actually good.
Well, he's good defensively.
Yeah, we got to pick. Siani's actually a good card.
All right. The problem is who are we starting in right field?
Well, I think we're just playing Gutierrez both
Oh, well,
ways
hold
now.
on. Gallo in left, Ruth in
Gallo plays
right,
left. Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
then
That's
Ruth
good. That's
plays
good.
right. That's gonna be awful. Let's do it.
It's fine. It's 1995. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Gotta
anybody can
score. It's
stand
fine.
in right field, right?
Okay, Jose Caballero, I'm pretty sure plays like every position in existence, so we probably should take him.
No, he only plays well infield, but
Oh, I thought he played outfield too. Okay.
no, just infield looks
Um,
like.
he's a decent card though.
Wisely
What
plays everything though.
what do we need? Oh, we have someone that takes everything. Then we
Wisely
probably
plays
should take
everything,
them.
but he plays everything poorly.
And that center field is gross.
So maybe it's Caballero anyway.
Do we have enough outfielders? We have
Yeah,
five plus
yeah,
Gallo.
5. Yeah,
That's
we're
fine.
fine. All right, go with this.
I think Allen plays left also, actually. Pretty sure. Yeah, this looks okay.
All right. So now for the
Not the
big
worst
decision.
stuff.
The big decision. Are we happy running Woodchick as our fourth starter?
I think so. Actually, no, is Giolito
I
better?
think the answer is no. I think we should run Woodchick as our ace. But what do you think?
we could actually run Widget at the pen now because we did get the Giolito and Gura are pretty decent. So we could just play
I
Giolito
think
Gura.
we committed to Woodchick. I think we
All
just
right.
got to. I think we just got to make him our ace.
Okay. Do
Aggressive
it.
tiredness hook.
18 BF aggressive tiredness hook. Let's go.
18 batters. Aggressive tiredness hook. You know.
Yeah, it's tricky, Chuck. Harvey can also be a starter, but he loses. Woodchick won't lose stuff. I'm pretty sure because he's listed as borderline starter.
Because we definitely promised we were going to try it. All right. Anything we want to do to their auto thing other than no defensive replacements?
We were gonna play Ruth and Ruth will play Gallo.
Okay, so I
Viare.
think Gutierrez can play center versus left.
Yep, and then we play Gallo.
Versus right. Put
Oh, hold on,
Ruth.
you're yeah.
Versus right, it's something like that. And now who's our DH? It's
Ferguson.
what if we make
Can
A
play
Rod the
midfield someplace.
DH?
Yeah, I like that.
Or A Rod at third probably. Koski
Yeah,
DH.
either way.
Ferguson at short.
Yeah, I like that. That looks better.
All right. This is of the
Good
various
enough for
drafts
me.
we've done. I don't think this is the worst.
No, it's not the worst. Not the worst.
Um,
We've had some really bad ones, so it'd be hard to get
I'm
worse.
curious how everyone thinks we're gonna do. Now remember, you know, remember Woodchick is our ace, right?
Yep. Listen, we've got two really good relievers. So Woodchick will just pitch the first 4 innings of the game, and those guys will come in and pitch 2 each, and we'll be good.
All right, let's see what our chat thinks, and then we'll go from there.
Yep.
So that very much sounds like a plan. So
All right, I guess go back to some cards in the meantime.
all right, sure. We'll do a couple cards in the meantime. Probably EVC when his stream finishes. Maybe we'll get a few people in, and then we'll do an imperfect draft.
Yeah, or I mean, we've been going a while already. Unless someone has a really good idea, we can just to make an open challenge for next time to come up with something good. Not
All right.
good. That's how it usually goes, Hawkmoon. Not good is the usual way.
Yeah, you know, these things happen.
Yep.
So Woodchick is our ace. I'm gonna go 4+. I'm gonna say we actually were, you know, this is our best draft clearly.
I don't know about that one.
We're cashing with this one. Let's try to go draft alphabetically.
Dropped off the side.
I like that.
I guess you have to like. At some point, you probably just end up running out of cards you could take.
All right, here we go. Steve Blass. Um, so we've got pitcher BABIP. We can start there.
He does.
I am shocked at how much control this card has.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it's just only the one season. That's the advantage, I guess, of the one season stuff.
Still, I feel like if you're gonna build a representative Steve Blass card, this is not what I think of when I think of Steve Blass.
No, no, he needed to have like three control or something.
Um, he needed to be like that Darwin Zone Hernandez card.
Yes, yes.
Uh, all right, where do you got? Where do you got this one? I
Bad, really bad.
don't have him much of anywhere. Yes, he has pitcher BABIP, so I think early in the cycle we would have been very happy to play this card.
Um, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't play this in bronze. I don't think
No, no, I think at this point this is unplayable.
so.
But I
Yeah,
do think early in the cycle of like it's just understated is the problem. So
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
what's a good comparison to show people with the same shape? Like if you're interested in this card,
Maybe Sal Magli.
yeah, actually that's a good call. Well, Magri doesn't have quite the homer prevention. I was looking for
Doesn't
one
have a
that's
home
just
run.
completely dominant.
Hmm.
Uh,
Uh,
I'm just looking
I don't
in the
know.
list. Maybe Jackson Job or Bobby Shantz
Yeah,
is
it's
similar.
Jackson
Jackson
Job.
Job, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, Jackson Jones is decent. Vince Velasquez, I guess, another 71 that's been around for a while. It's pretty similar. But he never played really much of anywhere. Like it's a fine card, but
Hold on. This seems to be busy thinking about crashing on me.
uh,
Hey, we're all right. Didn't crash. All right. Yeah. So Job's another example of one that's just
it it did not crash, but I do not see it anymore.
okay. Let me see if we can fix that.
You could be joining us here in the technical difficulty segment of the stream. Oh, there we go.
Yes, and we're
That's
back.
pretty quick.
Well, to be fair, this was OOTP crashing, not the stream crashing.
For once, it was not our fault.
For once, it was not our fault. That's right. I should probably just replace the whole like potato of a computer.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, my fault.
All right. I think I don't think it's like an atrocious card. I just think it's understated.
No, it's not
So
enough minus, but it's just not good enough anymore.
yeah. All right. Bill Verdon. Um,
All right. Ready for another question mark special, I think.
so I like the defense. Um, the shape is interesting.
It's my kind of shape. No, I mean I have this card as the best low silver center fielder VR. Um,
I
Pearsall.
have him as the best VR, but I have Pearsall. I think if I had
Yeah.
to play one, I'd play Pearsall. If I can platoon, I would play both Verdon and Pearsall.
Yes, I did manage to fit in the platoon and low silver today. I don't know if it was good or not, but uh, it it's possible. And then the card's pretty decent. So actually, I
I
thought you liked
think
this card
I
less
think I
than you.
just ran Pearsall.
Yeah, I think that's also perfectly like the platoon is good elsewhere too. So
All right. So it looks
um,
like the winner of the poll is that people think Woodchick is going to lose.
Lupi's gonna get yeah. Well, that's
Ye
very
of little
understandable opinion.
faith. Yes. Um. Yeah. I think if it's a one-way card, you want to play this. I think as a two-way card, I'm always gonna play Pearsall instead. And so
Yeah,
because of
that's
that,
fair.
I don't think this is more than like a B or C, but I think it's a solid maybe B.
Yeah, that's about where I would give it to. I'm surprised actually. I thought I would like this card a lot more than you did, but I guess not.
No, I think
But
yeah. I mean, it's funny. There's some shapes that we really disagree on. I also figured we might disagree on that shape. All right,
yeah.
that one's an easy one. How about the next of the Flying Molina brothers?
Well, this is an interesting card. uh,
little bit splitty,
just a tad. Um,
and it's the wrong split in a lot of cases. However, so the funny thing is, I don't like this card in low silver. I do like
I
this
like it.
card in silver.
Well, okay, I don't like it in low set much either, but I think you play it anyway. Um, because there are some lefties, and it's still not like with the defense. It's not horrible VR. Like it's a worse Drew Romo, but it's
Well,
not like
the question is, are you going to back up Mathis with this card? You know, knowing that you only want
um.
to play him one way, or are you going to back him up with
I mean, the
Shock,
thing is,
where
like,
you can play him both ways?
no, I'm not. I'm playing Greg Myers. I think in low silver. I don't know if it's right,
You're just going for the
but
bat.
yeah. Um, but yeah, I mean, if lefties exist, you want this card, right? I think I have this as the second best gold catcher behind only Freehand, um, and actually, like, funnily enough, like, kind of a good budget league option, which is sort of
Yeah.
interesting.
I just flipped to EVC to see how it was going, and the first comment in there is there have been decades that were shorter than a Warbot stream. I don't know
Oh,
what they're talking about in chat because I don't have the sound on, but
yeah, Mark, I assume you're talking about Jose Molina. Yeah, S for cap formats basically, because catchability good and cap formats exist. That was pretty much it.
um, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's silver certainly when you have like a bunch of lefty starters. Like this is just really good. You
Yes, that's what I
definitely
was
want to
saying.
play
So
this.
the funny thing is, I will not play. I will not play Benji Molina. I think in low silver, but I think I will play him in full silver because full silver is the one where right now there are a lot of lefties in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's still a good option for low silver because they're. I mean, it's not like there's a couple
I
left-handed
just
starters
think
you
they're
can play,
few
but
enough. I'd rather play Shock
yeah, that's very reasonable thing. I mean,
because
he's a lot
Mathis is
worse than
also
Paul.
better versus lefties. So
If you're playing Mathis as the other catcher, then yeah, you probably are supposed to play Schalke instead of this.
yeah, so I think I like Mathis Shock in low silver, and I think I like Molina Mathis in full silver.
I think in full silver, I would play either Mao or Wilbert Robinson plus this. I'm not sure which.
I could see that too. I don't think there are just so many lefties. I'm willing to try the two versus left options.
But I think that's where you can do the Wilbert Robinson instead of Molina because he's like pretty split neutral.
That's true. Yeah, it was sort of the same idea as Shock here.
Yeah.
So it's a funny one to rate because, like I said, if you only played low silver, I'd give this like a C or D.
Well, I will say
But then in full silver, I really like the card and I want to
you
start
should
him.
you should probably consider this also in like up to gold if you don't have freehand, um, and even in league, sort of if you're on a like kind of a budget.
The problem is in gold now. It's not just freehand. I mean, there are just several of these really good gold. Actually, I think they're all LEs almost. There's several of these
Yeah,
really good gold LEs.
I have this number two VL in gold behind freehand. I mean, I think gold is freehand Duncan if you have them. Like those are just kind of pretty clearly the two best. But if you don't have freehand, like I can see playing this in gold.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That probably makes it like an A, right?
Yeah, that sounds
If we want to
reasonable.
play it and stuff.
Sure. I think that sounds reasonable. Not a question mark. That one's just an A.
That's an A. Just good.
All right. All right.
Actually, maybe
Yeah.
the next two cards I think are kind of the same discussion because they're in a lot of ways the same card.
So why are you mentioning how good the bat versus L is, versus left is just in silver? I think there's several other bats to look at. The problem is there's still not enough I,
Yeah, I don't think
and
this is the
so
best
I think
bat in
they're
silver,
sorry, this Eric Davis is one, for example, that I think probably would grade out a little bit ahead, but I mean they're also just like lefty mashers. I mean, there's a John Jaha type or something like that. I think
yeah,
there are
I mean,
plenty of lefty
uh,
bats that I'd rather play
I like the
versus
silver
lefty
Chipper
bats.
Jones. for that
Yeah.
kind of role. Um, yeah, but yeah, Melina's probably fine to do that with, I guess, if you're really struggling for roster space. But give it like let
Oh,
they're
nice.
all on lefties.
And chat's telling me that I got knocked out of this cap. All right.
Well, that's the way it goes. No, I mean the thing is that like silver is actually an interesting point right now because
In that
there's a
case,
relatively
well done to whoever the person is that I have no idea who it was that knocked me out of
who could it have
it.
been?
Don't know who it could
Um,
have been, but probably somebody in the chat. What should we
Potentially.
join here? What looks fun? Silver only. There. Why not?
Yeah,
I mean, I
that's
would have
fair.
played the Friday Night Live Open, but it's only Saturday morning here.
Well, it's gonna be the Saturday early morning live open probably, but the U.S. will be.
Yes, exactly.
Um,
All right. And click into another. That's not what I meant to click. I meant to click into a tournament thing, not a draft thing.
yeah.
But in the meantime, what do we got next?
So I think actually the next two cards are really similar. Um, they're both basically low silver VLDHs. Um,
I'll
and
move
I
this way
think
instead.
they're relatively similar bats. Um, I guess which one you like more is probably somewhat a function of shape because they are a little different on shape. Neither one really has the defense to play the field. They have the same era eligibility, so they're very similar cards. Um, other than the fact that one's an LE.
Yes, but
But this is not actually such a destructive LE because this one doesn't really play in much. Um, so I don't hate this as much as some of the other ones.
okay. So in low silver, I have Gonzalez very slightly ahead of Dozier.
I do also,
Um,
but not a lot. It's pretty close.
and I think both of them are poor enough defensively that I can't justify playing either in the field.
Agreed.
Here, we'll put the cards up just to show. So here's the Dozier. Um, yeah, I think
But they're
again
also
it's a DH.
yeah, but they're also probably both platoon only because they're the VR is not good in either one.
Not this Juan Gonzalez. This Juan Gonzalez, who's probably better at the gold, actually.
Probably yeah.
So I don't think either's worth a roster spot to me.
I don't either.
I just don't think you get enough of an upgrade, even in low silver and of course in full silver. Uh, I mean, I think actually what I might do, one option in low silver. The thing is, there just aren't enough lefties to justify it. But if there were,
Yeah.
here's a third option. Maybe the answer is that this makes Molina better. What you do is you make Molina your verse left DH, or your verse left catcher.
Sure.
No, I guess sorry. Actually, you could let him DH, and you could let Dink be sort of a backup catcher and right fielder, and you basically have two catchers that sort of do other things.
Yeah, that you could do that.
So
Uh,
you run Mathis, Molina, Dink,
but yeah, I
and
mean
you just
either way
assume that
we're
one of them is going to be able to be your backup catcher as necessary.
right. I mean I guess either way we're not really ever playing Gonzalez or Dozier.
No,
Um,
I don't think it's quite. I don't think they're Fs because
no, they're not Fs.
I think they are better if you're willing to run like a full DH option. Well,
Yeah, they're probably
maybe Dozier is if he's worse than Gonzalez because you're never going to spend 50K on Dozier instead of
well,
what'll be 1K on
yeah. I mean
Gonzalez.
the only way you'd ever play Dozier is if you need the second base. Like you decide you only want to run Edgardo Alfonso both ways at second, and you don't have another second base option.
But the problem is in low silver, like half your roster plays second.
Yeah, those Joe Kelly and yeah.
Dink's going to be on your roster. Kelly's going to be on your. I mean,
Yeah, no, you're probably. I mean, I'm sure there's some format you can make for Dozier, but I don't know that I guess no,
Also,
the
a lot of
diamond
people are going to play DeRosa somewhere. So a lot of people are going to play Ron Gant somewhere.
Yeah,
Alfonso,
no,
of
that's
course,
true.
plays second. Like
Yeah. Well,
a lot of people
I'm
still
assuming
run Bellhorn. Bellhorn will play second.
I'm assuming Alfonso is starting for basically everyone at second.
Probably, yeah. But I'm saying like half of your roster is going to play second.
No, that's true. So probably, yeah, if Dozier's worse than Gonzalez, he's just an F then, I guess,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think Gonzalez is at least playable. I don't think there's room for him, and he's certainly not going to play outside low silver.
No, I'll squeeze a T.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yep.
Um, all right, and then we get to disagree about another Clemente.
Woohoo! It's the
This is
rerun.
the best part of the show when we get to disagree about Clemente. You know. Oh, we
Yes,
forgot
so
to go back and check. Does anyone have stats on Van Haltren? Because neither of
uh
us has been collecting stats on him, I think.
no. I will say my arm bug fix made him ever so slightly worse. So now he's just like in the top group instead of barely the best of the top group.
All right, so now
But
now we're between a B and an F instead of an A and an F.
yeah.
Um, all right, I know this is going to shock you. I don't have this Clemente as being a card I really want to play in silver.
I have him first both ways in right field. Okay, to be fair, only barely ahead of Trot Nixon VR.
Yeah, I figured that's the way this would come out. I'd rather play David Justice in right.
I'd rather put David Justice in left.
You could play David Justice in left. Um, Let me just see how far down my model has this card, but I think we're going to be in the same spot. So this
Okay,
is
I will say,
again clearly the best of the shape that you're getting, right?
yeah, I don't have this as much above the other cards as I have the Iron. The Iron I had way above. This is only like somewhat above.
Yeah. So but I think this is kind of exactly the same issue where it's the best of the shape you've got. The discussion we're having is entirely about what shape fits the meta right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm just gonna run it a little bit deeper just to see just how far down he is because he didn't end up near the top. I didn't run this deep enough.
All right. So you don't like him much. That's fair. Let's say.
I didn't run this deep enough. Wow. Okay. I love the glove on this card.
Yeah, well, the gloves on all these Clementes are great. Don't think that's much of
Um.
a question.
Yeah, I think it's just the same thing where I just value getting on base a lot, and this card isn't going to do it enough to work for what I was hoping to get out of it. Right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but the glove is incredible.
Yeah, love is great.
All right, so what are we going to do with this one? Because I think it is exactly the same discussion.
It's the same thing, right? I mean, it's just it's I give an S, you give an F. So I don't know what we do with it. I mean, okay, the Iron you didn't give an F. To be fair, you give like a C probably.
Yeah, the Iron I think is a lot more playable than this.
No, I think the
This
Iron's
one,
a better card than the Silver, but this Silver I think is still good enough to. Actually, the Silver maybe is only an A because you can think about not playing it.
Okay, so maybe how about we give this one a B question mark?
Sure, B question mark.
All right.
I guess there are a lot of lefties. You probably still play it. Well, I'll definitely go play it.
He's not actually that splitty.
No, but the pitchers are a little bit.
All right. How about Javi Vasquez? So first off, I just want to point out we've got this low diamond Javi Vasquez mission card. We've got this silver Javi Vasquez.
Is it better in every rating?
It
supposed
is
to be
better
rating.
in every single rating. No, it is 2 points worse stuff.
Okay. Well, there. Terrible card. Um, Actually, you know what? Maybe should we talk? When do you want to do the Clemente mission stuff? We should do that at some point. Well, we can do the next one. Uh, let's do Vasquez. Vasquez is interesting. Yeah, I think Vasquez is really good. This is sort of like a right-handed Joe Nuxhall.
Yeah, I
Um,
have this similar to Nuxhall, very slightly below Nuxhall for me, but basically I've got a group of four starters at the top of
yeah,
silver. Uh, so in some order, Roberts, Nuxhall, Kershaw, Vasquez. For me, they're in that order, but the gap from top to bottom in expected ERA for me is less than a hundredth of a run between all
yeah.
four
I've
of
got
those.
basically the same thing. I've got Kershaw, Vasquez, Roberts, Nuxhall, but yeah, it's all really really close.
Like I said,
It's
I've
splitting
got
hairs.
it within a hundredth of a run. So
Yeah, yeah. No, I have it. Yeah, basically very
I
very
think you're
like
playing those
slightly
four
less.
for sure, and then there's a gap, and then Liberatore's my number five now,
Unless,
but it's
well, unless
closer.
you can run Leon Day. I think Leon Day is the one you if you can get him to work as a starter. But yeah,
Yeah, Leon Day would also be up there. I think for 51 stamina, I don't, but and that's
yeah.
another
It's
difference is that of these top cards, uh, Javi's got 90 stamina, Nux Hall's at 76, Kershaw is 74, Roberts is also at
yeah,
99, but this is on
yeah,
the high stamina end, and so this does mean you can maybe think more about running a Leon Day and running him real short, like as a fifth
yeah,
starter.
yeah. I mean, it's definitely an option to do the Leon Day stuff. Um, I mean, the other nice. This does play OTP era, which is nice. Um, Kershaw does also, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's just a very good. I mean, given that there's kind of this group of four, it's probably not an S, it's probably like an A, I guess.
Yeah, I
But
don't think it's better than that because it's definitely not like a must-have. It's a solid card. It's not going to play up even in low gold.
no, but you should play it if you have it in silver,
So
basically.
it's an A or a B. We can give it an A.
Yeah, I think it's a nice, probably.
All right. We're going to have to discuss Mike Lowell, aren't we?
Yes,
Um, yeah. So you're going to ignore the third base defense.
I sure am.
uh,
Well, I don't think the bat VL is that bad. The bat VL is pretty decent. Um,
and there are a lot of lefties, so that helps a card like this in the current meta, right?
yeah, yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't think it gets there anyway.
No, I've got him even versus left. I've got him sixth.
I have him. Actually, I'm better. I have him fourth, but
Actually, that's funny
still
though.
not
But
good
that's
enough.
because I'm including defense. Because if I,
Yeah, well, I'm including it too. I just don't think it's worth much. Oh, I'm only looking VL. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have him sixth, both two A.
you know
Also,
what? I'm looking at this again. I want to go back and talk about Juan Gonzalez one more time
okay.
because I'm looking at DH versus left in full silver, and I'm realizing it's the same thing as Molina, where I don't think there's room to play that card in low silver. But I think there is an argument for playing him in full silver.
I just want to play Chipper Jones instead.
You could play Chipper instead, but I think Gonzalez is a little more playable there. So I think it's more like a you know like a C at least because I think you can play him in full silver.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, the card's not bad. C is fine. Yeah, I think C is okay.
Okay.
I mean,
Anyway,
I think
yeah.
yeah, silver. I want to play Alfonso second, Josh Harrison at third, and Chipper DH VL. But you're not going to want to play Josh Harrison. So
I will not play Josh Harrison. Yeah. Uh, we'll get to Barry Bash's question in a second. Yeah. So Lowell. I just think
Lowell's
so.
just
He just never quite
not good
plays.
enough. Yeah, he's close, but he's not quite good enough.
All right. So I'm sorry to Yuka, but we're gonna have to give that one an F.
Yeah.
So Barry Basher is asking, is it worth selling a duplicate Noodles now or waiting till he gets an emission?
Noodles in particular. Well, okay, selling him now means you're contending with probably still a lot of spotlight pack stuff.
Is he in the current
So
spotlight as well? I can
he
check
is.
that.
Yeah, he is. So I wouldn't be selling him at probably this exact moment, but I don't think I would wait for him to be in a mission. I don't think really he's good enough to hold long term value based on the card. And if he's in a mission, it's likely there will be like Pud Galvin and Eddie Plank who will cost nothing in that mission.
Yeah, I have several puds that I picked up. Was it 6 puds at 26K?
Yeah, that I'd much rather have that kind of card for missions than a noodles. The only way I think I keep noodles is if you're kind of in perfect league and want it for that, or if you play a lot of dead ball stuff.
I'm running noodles and dead ball for sure.
Yeah, no, I am, but that's dead ball is also a format that really squishes pitching a lot.
It does.
Um,
The nice thing about dead ball is that there is both a daily and a weekly that's identical. So you're getting 8 tournaments for a week.
identical.
What?
They're not entirely identical actually because the
That's right. This
stamina
one's
is different.
1912 and one's 1919 or something.
Yeah, it makes a big difference because you can one SP the 1912 one and you can't the 1919 one.
That's true.
But yeah, the environment's the same. Um, yeah, the thing is that Noodles could be in Immortals 3. I think the problem is that whatever mission Noodles is in, Pud Galvin and Eddie Plank are probably also going to be in. He's going to be in spotlights for like the third or fourth time by that point. So I just have a hard time imagining that there are
Well,
enough people
Noodles is a
who.
little different because he skipped a spotlight.
That is true. He did skip a spotlight. That does help him actually quite a lot.
So one thing I will
Um,
definitely say is if you want to sell Noodles, instead of selling him now, wait till the spotlight packs are gone. Sell him
yeah,
like Sunday or Monday
yeah,
when
absolutely.
teams are
You
getting
should,
ready for either the playoffs or for the new week.
unless you like need the points something right away, you should really almost never be selling anything on Friday or Thursday.
Well, I think I will sell things that are not in spotlights.
Not, yeah, I'm a spotlight thing. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it if it's like the first sale or if it's like some new mission and the price is skyrocketing. But like, if it's like a noodles where it's just you're buying and selling a card based on its quality, you're never going to
But
get
I've
the
been
value on,
surprised at
on
some of the ones
Friday.
like this Babe Ruth, the price coming down a bunch. There's a good time to buy a Babe, for example.
Yeah, well, this card is just not any good anymore in league. It's just nowhere.
I don't know.
I don't think you can play this call.
I'm playing. Well, I'm playing him. Let me see how he's doing. And what's he doing for me?
Yeah, Winfield was up for 200K earlier. He's not anymore.
Yep. Rough
Rough
drop.
drop for bronze players. No,
Yeah,
you got the Iron Clemente.
it's true. You got the Iron Clemente.
Iron Clemente is good.
So I think Ruth is doing fine for me.
Yeah, it's Diamond League now.
Yeah.
No, I mean Ruth is not terrible,
He
but
did
like,
fine. He did fine and perfect the last time I was up.
but the problem is you can't play him in left field, and Ted is better. So like,
I am playing him in
he's
left
nowhere.
field.
I
Here,
don't
Ruth
believe
in
it.
left field is fine,
But
and
happens when
and
people
in right field he's
not fine.
a really good bat.
What happens when everyone starts training their Hamilton, trains their Hamilton in left, and he has to go up against that because there's like Ty Cobb or Willie Mays released.
It'll take you a month to train Hamilton in left, though.
I don't know.
All right, what
I'm
do we
not a
got?
Ruth believer.
Willie Stargell.
No,
Let's go with Willie Stargell.
yeah, Willie Stargell. He was shaped like a pear. His card is shaped a little like a pear too. His rating.
Here you go. Well, see, I think what they need to do next time is just as pitchers like randomly come with the defenses behind them. Ted Williams should come with like Fenway's left field, so that he actually has
Oh, I like
so that he
it.
actually has a ton of range.
I like that.
Because in
That's
Fenway's
a
left
good
field,
idea.
his range was great.
Yeah, well, you could stand still at your range. Is good that there.
That was
I guess
Manny. That's what Manny did.
Aren't there stories that I think Williams like practicing his swing while in the field?
Think so, yeah. Um, so this Stargell, I actually really like this card, especially for
Yeah.
anything with a gold floor.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, I would really be really interested in this card in even low gold, except for Joey Votto, um,
Right. And the other
who
problem is
is yeah,
it's barely a first baseman. It's really a DH.
yeah, but it's a really good hitter. It's just Votto is so good.
Yeah, so
Um,
this is probably better than Votto on the bad side, but that's not saying much because you really only
no,
want to
but you're
play
not
both of
playing
them
super.
versus
Yeah,
right.
yeah, exactly. Um, but as a gold floor card, this is pretty good. Like this is your best first baseman probably.
I think so, and there are enough gold floor type things that I think he's actually in the meta somewhere. So I think this is
Yeah,
probably maybe like a C or something. I mean, you said you're not starting him over Votto.
yeah.
Um,
No, I think that C is about right. That seems pretty reasonable to me.
all right, sounds fair.
Yeah, it's just a good gold floor
Speaking
card.
of C's, we got our catcher Jorge Posada. Uh, kind of got the funny splits here.
Yeah, it's an interesting card. Um, but I think it's a really good card. Like I have this as actually the best low gold catcher VR, and a little behind like the Benji Molina PL, but kind of in the next group, and the best two way.
It's
So
tough for me
yeah,
to figure
there's
out what to do with this card because on the one hand, I think I agree with you. On the other hand, it's so narrow because there's like the one little sliver of low gold, and
yeah,
then 85 is an enormous jump in catchers.
yeah. I mean the thing is that there actually are no 80 catchers. Like their only lives are they don't exist. So gold floor cap you have to play this or Tettleton, and I think this is better than Tettleton.
I've
Um,
got them similar depending on like era type things,
yeah, I'm sure there are eras where Tettleton gets
but
really
I
good
think I
when you
like
want
the
the
card
power
better.
more.
Uh,
Yeah,
the problem I have is as soon as I make the jump to full gold catcher,
yeah, it's freehand is just
it's Freehand, Duncan, Shock, Fisk, Johnson.
yeah, no,
Uh,
it's not close to playing there.
sorry, I believe I am contractually obligated to mention Yogi Berra.
This is definitely better than that, but I have one. I think
I'm not talking about the context in which I'm mentioning Yogi Berra. I am simply going to mention that Yogi Berra is a card that exists.
I think I actually have two if anyone wants an extra one. So I don't know why you would want one, but I
20. I'll give you 2,500 just for the novelty.
well, there's 7,500, 75K buy order up, 75, 17K buy order
I
up.
was gonna say for 75K buy order up, why do you still have two?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I don't
actually,
know.
somebody gave me over 30K for my smoltz the other day.
Really? I mean, I sold a Burkett for that, but Burkett's actually playable and stuff.
Burkett, I'm playing. Burkett, I'm
Yeah.
playing in the Well, we're not supposed to mention that.
Yeah, Burkett's actually a good card, but
um, yeah.
um, yeah, but I mean, I think this Posada is like if Starter's getting a C, I think that Posada has to be better because you actually will start Posada in low gold stuff, and he's the gold floor card, so probably a B, I guess.
Yeah, I think that sounds fair. Yeah, sounds reasonable. All right, how about Al Oliver, our last low gold?
Well, we actually haven't given a lot of Fs today, surprisingly for us, but
And then we got to Al Oliver.
think we're about to. This card's not good. Um, I really have a hard time imagining any format where you want to play this. It's just bad. It's just yeah.
Okay, but what about a 1970s only? No, you're still playing Paul Blair.
Center, yeah, maybe you play it in Laugh. Maybe in
No, no,
1970s
no,
only.
no. You still don't, right? There are too many.
You can play Champ Summers. Champ Summers is probably better. Just the one way. I guess you can't. It has to be 60s and 70s, so there's going to be some more cards. I don't know what else.
It's not a good card, is it?
In any case, given that we can barely construct a format where it might be good, This card rakes in the "You Can Call Me Al."
It
Actually, it
does
might
rake
be
in the "You Can Call Me Out." Well, no, actually, I mean, then there's a lot of options, right? We got our Al Simmons,
Edgardo Alfonso.
Edgardo Alfonso. Can we also call you Cal?
I don't. I. Oh,
Alkaline.
yeah.
Uh,
I mean, we know there will eventually be a probably quite a good LK line.
yeah.
Um,
All right. Hmm.
so yeah, Oliver's an F. It's
All right. We can move on.
yeah.
All right. The gold Roberto. So, of the different Clementes, I think this is the one I probably like the best.
Yeah, this one's just really really good. Like this is yeah.
Am I quite willing to play him? I'm willing to platoon him with Melot.
Let's see. I think I would assume with Maris
Or
Uh,
Maris.
I think I'm just gonna play. I have
Actually,
this as
yeah,
the
maybe
best
you
both
platoon him
ways
with
again.
Maris and you DH out.
Yeah, I have this as the best both ways again. So
I think I am
yep.
willing to platoon this card though.
Yeah, I mean VL. It's just really kind of silly. I guess this is maybe the time to talk about the missions because this is the packable. The other five are missions, and this is the packable. So
Right. The
maybe
good ones packable, and the unplayable ones are the. Yeah.
no, yeah, nah.
Okay, we can play the iron.
No, the perfect is actually I like I like the diamond too, less than the other.
There still has been no sale of the perfect. I should finish that mission and just sell it for 300k, shouldn't I?
I think it's worth substantially more than that. I think it's actually probably worth more than the cell order.
It's in a mission. I mean, it's a cheaper mission than that, though, right?
No, but I mean as just a card, like the rating.
No, but I'm
card.
saying I think I can make it for less than 300k and just sell it for 300k, can't I?
The missions have gotten a little. I mean, the diamonds are like the two of the you feel like 2 or 4 diamonds are like 90k a piece, and then
Let me see what I need.
there's
What I still need to do this. Because with the missions, remember, I only need 3 of the missions
right.
essentially. So what I get for
Oh,
the
so
perfect mission, it's the 3 era missions and the Puerto
yep.
Rico connection, and that's it. And the era
Puerto Rico Connection
missions
2.
were
Yeah.
basically free from cards ahead of time. So actually,
They're a bit less free now actually because the couple of TEs in them have kind of skyrocketed in price a bit.
okay.
So
So
they did
yeah. So
up a little bit.
actually, I could just make him right now for 90k and sell him
You
for
have to.
300.
I think I'm pretty sure you have. Yeah, you have to buy the Posada. Oh no, you don't because you're not doing Lescano. So I think the way to do this is we'll get to them in a second. I think Lescano is by far the best of the 4 cards that are part of this mission.
So get Sisto and Posada maybe. So I could make him for 100k, sell him for 300k, and keep the cards I want. I should probably just do that.
If you don't want the perfect Clemente, yeah, I mean I think the perfect Clemente is very good. So I would just keep it. In all honesty, but
Yeah, you know.
um,
But this is a very good Clemente.
yeah, the gold is good. Yeah. Um,
And the gold is which mission? The gold is.
so the gold is only in one mission.
Oh, the gold.
There's
Sorry,
a
the
mission-
gold is the packable.
The gold is a packable, but you can lock all 6 Clementes, and you
And
get
then
one
you get
historical
the
rainbow
one
pack.
rainbow pack, which
Right.
is worth what, like 80 or 90k at the moment.
It's I think it's about 150, according to Sailman's stuff.
Right, but that was before Spotlights, and a lot of that
No,
was
no,
coming
I've
from Immortals, right? Oh, is
I
that
updated it.
live?
Yeah, it's updated as of a few hours ago.
Oh, okay. That's
So
not so
should be
bad.
pretty close to that. Yeah. I mean, you do again like you're only doing that obviously if you think you're keeping the perfect forever. Which I don't think is unreasonable. I think you're going to keep perfect forever or close to forever.
No, I think when we get off stream, I'm gonna probably make and sell Clemente, and then I can always rebuy him in a week.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say what exactly he's going to go for, but especially because there is a tournament coming up in which he's probably fairly good.
There's a tournament coming up. Yes.
But yeah, I mean that's the thing about the missions. Like the missions are named. They're all kind of named the same, but the ones that give you the iron, bronze, silver, and diamond don't contribute at all to the perfect. They're all standalone. You don't need them for anything else.
Yeah.
So yeah, beware of that. If all you want is the perfect method for League, you don't need to bother with these with anything else. You just need to do the four that are for the perfect the era ones, and Puerto Rico Connection 2, and then you can be done.
Yes. That is not the biggest issue I have with the mission, though. Actually,
Okay.
there is an issue that I actually think is worth raising here. Um, which is, if you look at this era mission, um, so you notice you needed almost all of these, right? So it was a fairly tight mission.
Yep.
One of the cards in this mission is this Wayne Comer.
It is. Yeah, you'd have to replace him with a diamond.
Yeah.
Uh,
So basically, if you don't have the PT Plus card, you actually kind of need one of the expensive diamonds in here.
yeah, that is a good point. I mean, these diamonds are not crazy, but yeah, it is a bit of it is a bit unfortunate. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Well, the question is, if this is the case, should we expect that LEs are going to be in missions also?
I would be very surprised, to be honest, but we've seen PTCS cards in missions now. They haven't really been anything kind of critical.
Yeah, I mean, PTCS cards at least they are in some sense tournament cards. They're just very limited tournament cards. But I think this goes against the idea that, generally the things that are in missions are supposed to be cards that you can go out and collect, even if you join the game a bit later.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of always been the case, at least in the past.
Right? There were the platinums, which were explicitly not that.
Yes.
But this is a PT Plus card that basically, yeah,
Right.
look at what happened to the last 10. The last 10 on this card is now 3K, basically.
Yeah, for a card that doesn't play anything at all.
For a card that the only value is that they stuck it in a mission, and you no longer can get it in packs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's definitely it's not, I think, a good way to do things. That is true. And yeah, I hope we don't see LEs in missions ever.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
would be-
does that mean that I actually do need Barry Larkin? Because I don't need it for anything else.
I think the Larkin's actually pretty good.
I guess we'll
I don't
discuss
know
it
if
in a
I-
moment.
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that Larkin in a mission. What if they made a cooling off period PTCS cards? No, I don't think you should ever do that. I wouldn't be opposed to putting them in drafts. I don't know, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Well,
but
so
I don't.
I think it definitely would make them less desirable, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? In
No,
other
but I
words,
think
limited editions certainly limited editions are more desirable and more expensive because there are limited numbers of them.
well, yeah, yeah. I mean, there's less supply. There's the prices are more. I mean, that's
Right.
So,
So yeah, having more available would certainly make the cards less desirable. On the other hand, that's not always a bad thing, right? I think the community would have enjoyed getting to play with Ken Griffey Jr. It would have certainly driven the price of that card down if there were more of them available.
yeah, I think the difference with the PTCS cards is they're kind of their goal. Like the purpose of those cards existing is to give big rewards to, or at least in my view, the purpose of those cards existing is to give big rewards to people who do well in tournaments. And it's going to be hard to do that if you just kind of release the cards. Like,
I mean,
you
the
won't-
funny thing is, I feel like with a little bit of like thought to what you're doing to the economy, like you could have found a way to still squeeze money out of whales and still You know,
Well, I'm not even really
but
talking
you
about
could have
that.
done that without making them LE. So let me give you an example. Okay. I mean, I'll give you the crude way to do it because that seems to be what we're going for, and we're just blatantly, abusing. Yeah. So let's just do it blatantly. Okay. What if I said that you can have all of the Griffies you want, but the only way that you can buy a Griffey is simply you pay 2 million perfect points. But anyone can pay 2 million perfect points and get a Griffey whenever they want to.
Um,
They still would have squeezed the money out of whales, right? But they wouldn't have had quite the same uproar as
I don't
calling
know.
it
I
limited
think
edition.
I think the uproar would have been still about. I don't think that is too much different than, at least I think the difference with the PTCS cards in particular is that they're supposed to be rewards for. They're supposed to be rewards. LE's not supposed to be rewards. LE's supposed to be like packable cards that are rare. Like the PTCS cards are they have a different function in the game's environment. Um, and so I don't. It makes more sense to me that these are cards that like you can get them, and if you don't do well enough to get them, then you didn't deserve them. You know,
It still makes it tough if they're overpowered, though. I think a big part of the problem is you need people to play against in order for the game to be fun. Otherwise, just go play single player mode. You know,
well, yeah, except that you can't see PBABIP in single player mode, so you can't play the game. That's a
yeah.
different problem.
Um, but the point is, it's supposed to be more fun playing against other humans than who are like competitive and trying to beat you than the AI. And the reason that we are seeing tournaments not filling is because there aren't enough players that are interested in trying to compete or feel they can compete. And that's what the problem is with limited cards is if you essentially tell players that if you don't have these things you can't compete and there's no way for you to ever get these things, um, you know, then
Yeah, I mean, I
they
think,
just
but
stop competing and then things stop filling.
yeah, I mean, I guess that's sort of like I think that's a somewhat. I mean, it's the problem with PTCS cards too, but I think it's a somewhat different problem because people actually had to do something to get it. Like you had a route to get it in the game, even if you like aren't ripping packs, you aren't
Well, there
putting
was a
money in. Like,
route,
you have
but
an
but
option.
but the route's not enough by itself. In other words, let's suppose that you created a version of a Pedro, which basically were like a 50 war card. Just you play this card, you're that dominant.
Sure.
Okay. Even if the two teams that earned it, earned it fairly
Right.
or
I mean,
earned
we
it
can.
legitimately. Even if that were true,
Yeah. No. I mean,
it would
I think
still sort of be game breaking because people would just sort of say like I can't compete with that.
you still have to balance the card. I don't think it just means that you just print whatever and you don't care. Like you still have to balance the cards so that it doesn't break the game. But I don't have a problem with like some players having better cards than other players. Like if they want to make it chess and give everyone the same cards, I'm fine with that too. That would be interesting mode. Like I'm not gonna play with that kind of mode. But like it's okay if not everyone has every card. Like it's fine. Um, and if some people have more cards than other people, I don't really have a problem with it. Like yeah, it's a company that's supposed to make money. They should try to get people to spend money on cards. Like I don't know. I don't have a problem with that as a
Right. Yeah,
in
but D
general.
Dempsey, I think it could be that they're playing different things, but you've also seen that players that were playing dailies and weeklies that were filling earlier in the cycle, they stop filling basically at the point that players can't compete. The problem is that in order to want to keep playing, people need positive feedback. It's really important that you be able to win some of the time.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh, like,
in terms
no,
of,
nobody really wants to be like the Washington Generals.
I think the big thing in terms of tournaments that I really have the most problem with is open ceiling caps. Open ceiling caps, I think, just basically are really, really bad because there is no other way to play them except stars and scrubs. Because the good 100s are like actually should be 125 or 150. So you have no option but to play all hundreds and low. Like there's just no other thing to do. But in
Yeah.
a lot of other caps, you have options because the cards aren't like overrated by 50 points,
Yeah.
except for methods. Um,
Yes.
so open ceiling caps, I think, are a big, big problem. Open ceiling caps, I do not like. I wish they would go away.
Well, and there's a
hundreds,
reason
yeah,
that sort of some of these cap formats that require key cards have been so difficult to fill, because they're ones where people are not getting the positive feedback from like dip their toe in the water and have a bit of success. It's dip your toe in the water and run into the team, dip your toe in the water of OOTP era and run into the team that's playing Griffey and Ichiro and okay, why am I doing this? I'll go back
right,
to
yeah,
I'll go
no,
back to playing something that I can win.
yeah, and like kind of the way I've always thought about the cards is that cards rated 100 overall should be played for League, and cards rated not 100 overall should be played not for League. And when we have this kind of combining where the cards that are 100 overall are good for everything, it becomes really oppressive.
Well, but also that's where kind of having expensive LEs, the really damaging thing is that we have expensive LEs that are important cards in Iron and Bronze, because that sort
Yes.
of means there's nowhere for the teams that are just starting out to sort of be able to spend and compete.
No, I mean, but I think I don't have a problem necessarily with LEs as a concept. Like the Kluber, I think Kluber is a really good example. If that Kluber is an LE 100 or even an LE 25, as an LE 100, I have no problem with it. LE 25, yeah, it's not what I would do, but it's not the end of the world. But an LE 100 Lenny Randall is a big problem. Or
Right, yeah,
Hal
it
Eldred or
basically
whatever
means
else.
only 100 teams can play certain things.
Yep.
And if you're then
Whereas,
trying to fill 128, you're going to have a problem.
right, but now when we made Kluber be both a league card and an important tournament card, we sort of broken it again. Like in League, you can get around not having some one or two LEs. Like it's fine. It takes a little bit of finagling stuff, but like you can do it because there's a lot more flexibility. You can manage your roster, whatever. In tournaments, you don't have that same kind of stuff. Like you have a very hard time getting around missing cards.
Yeah.
And yeah, now we have the bleed, then it's a real problem. So, I don't know how we got on this topic, by the way. We're way.
So, people were asking us about LEs, and it sort of.
Oh, okay.
No, but I think the problem is you can see this in the sign-up rates, and to make this game work, I need opponents to play against, or it's not fun. And if my opponents never win, that's also not fun.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Absolutely.
if I wanted a game where I would win every time, I would just play the AI version of the game.
Yeah.
Where it's tuned so that you can beat the AIs and you can always get, like the little fun, stuff of winning
Yeah.
something, and I can just kind of always make sure, if I start to struggle, I can have whatever edge I want, but usually, a bit of knowledge of baseball history, you're going to beat the AI.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's, yeah, like, if you want to play this game as a competitive game, which is fine if you don't like play, people play theme teams or just play because they want, they like whichever player and they want to play it, like, fine. And if you want to play this as a competitive game, then you need real competition.
Yes.
That's yeah. So a lot of card games do have banned lists, and
But there's
I
a
think
problem
band
though,
list is
which
fine.
is no. But the problem is if you want league play to be competitive, you're gonna have the same problem in league play.
Well, but I mean, you do when you don't league play, you can get around so much more. Like if you play a tournament because you can't shuffle your roster and you can't play a park and you can't whatever, if you play a team with better cards than you have no way to have a better. Assuming they're not doing like ridiculous stuff, you really have no way to actually outperform them in the long run. Like you can win a series, you can win a turn, but you can't perform in the long run. In League, you can because you can play all kinds of games with your roster and whatever else. So in League, I have. I mean, it's still a concern, but I think it's less of a concern than in a tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but this is, part of the whole, like, nothing's wrong issue, right? That,
No, I mean, I think yeah. Anyone, when you look at what's been happening in terms, like maybe they'll. I mean, I don't know the number. Maybe the live, active live players are like good and whatever, but those players don't seem to be engaging with the game in the way that there used to be, if they exist.
well, yeah.
Um,
Um,
so, yeah, that seems to be the
I
big
think what
issue.
you're looking for is ubi solitudinem faciunt pacem appellant.
Sound like Latin to me.
Yes.
Mr. Just Jordan, not sure what's happening. We, so we have gone way off track of what's happening.
We
It's
we
not
we we,
abnormal.
we, we ended up on Tacitus, I suppose.
Yeah, we're way out there. That's all right. It's just
It's all
pretty
right.
pretty normal around
So,
here, I
so, so
guess.
someone in chat will be able to translate for everybody else, I'm sure.
Yeah, someone could tell me what's happening. I would appreciate it.
Does no one in chat speak Latin? Oh well. Yeah.
Things are starting to get a little better. It seems it's slippier at the LEs. Yeah, spotlights are now the biggest problem, I think. Um, Spotlights, I think, are actually a bigger problem than LEs. Spotlights are making it impossible for cards to have any value that aren't limited. There's just no way to give them value anymore.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, I think it's kind of the same thing, like not the exact same, but similar to choice packs.
The only Latin
Um,
I know came from Mike Duncan.
but yes, I mean, spotlights just I don't think spotlights can continue to exist in the form they exist and have a healthy economy. They're just incompatible with each other. Um, Something like those Immortals packs, giving out missions, or if you like, kind of target them specifically when like there is extremely low liquidity in the market, I think are kind of okay.
Well, I
They're
think
kind of
spotlights are a good example of something where I understand the thought process behind it.
yes,
Um, the idea was, I think it was a response to the Tops mission last year,
yeah.
where I think they liked the concept of it, but understood that the mission was too
Oh,
hard, and they were looking for a way to kind of have it both, have both aspects work. And the thinking
yeah.
was, if you did something like a spotlight pack, you could then have a need all mission,
So I
which
think
was hard
spotlight
and became
packs.
easier.
I think spotlight packs are a very good tool for like for the game to have in like in its back pocket. What I don't think they're good for is in every week let's kind of tank the price of the new cards immediately, and make them everywhere. In like because now like, it used to be that when a new really good card got released, you could decide whether you're willing to pay kind of the very high price the first week to get this good card if it fit your build or fit your roster or whatever whatever you're doing. Um, and it would be really good because there were like three of them in existence, and you had one. But now, as soon as a new card gets released, everyone has one, and you just have to buy it, otherwise you can't keep up.
Well, I think the
So
number of spotlights that are ripped are such that usually it takes a week plus. So usually a smaller number of people buy it in the first 24 to 48 hours, and the price stays up a little bit, and then a week later it then drops permanently the second time it's in spotlights.
yeah, that seems to be a pretty common pattern. No,
But
so
but the problem, but here's the problem. You know, it's not just sort of how it kills the market. The problem is, uh, in order for people to, so the question is, why should I spend 500K on Billy Hamilton last week when I can spend 150K this week? And well, okay, the answer was the PTCS, but apart from kind of one-off events, the answer is because you need them for league play. But what the LEs have done is they've basically said that nobody should care about league play.
Well, I mean, right now at this exact moment, I think there are only two LEs that play in league. So I don't think that LEs are right this instant an issue in league, for league at least. There are issues other places.
Yeah.
But so the way that I would, if I, again, it was the OTP czar, which of course I'm not, or PT, I guess, not OTP, is I would use spotlights kind of as a way to stimulate a dead market. So certainly not every week, but like the immortal packs are a really good example. So the immortal packs, you could do missions, you got these packs. If they made the missions and they're monitoring the market and they see that the market for immortals is really kind of dead, like people are like there's 10 bids and no one's selling, right? Then you kind of just release these for a short period until the market is kind of stimulated, and to actually functioning, because it doesn't function if no one is on one side of the market. And then once the market starts functioning again, you kill them.
You're telling me you need a counterparty to have a trade.
Yeah, what this game really needs is a market maker. But there's no good way to have a market maker because it requires allowing people to short. And there's no way to short the way the game's set up. Like, it just won't work.
Right.
So, yeah, you have to do something externally to get the market to work. Then, otherwise it won't. I don't even want to think about
I think there's
the game throughout it.
no, but I think there's a second problem there, which is the way spotlights have worked. It actually, what it's doing is it's also making the market really illiquid for everything that's not in spotlights.
Yes.
Because it used to be the case you would have to rip a relatively large number of packs to get the new things, which means a lot of the old cards end up on the market because you have to sell the duplicates to make the points back. And so teams that are behind and trying to catch up have a way of doing that.
Yeah, but like that's where market maker, like having an actual market maker would really help, because they would, another problem I guess is that people, like, usually the market for a particular card is one-sided. Like, either there's a lot of sellers and no buyers, or a lot of buyers and no sellers. So, and if you want the market to function, you need both. And so, like, some places, we do have a very well functioning market. I think the best example is the high diamond lives. High diamond lives, the market actually functions really well. There's like bunch of buyers and sellers, a lot of liquidity. Like, cards go up and down. Like, you can trade them actually if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Most other places in the game, the market doesn't actually function. Some of it is because of L10 kind of being a problem, and some of it is just because there's structural issues.
Yeah, if I were doing different experiments here, one of my experiments would be just remove the L10 for a week and see what that does to the market. Like, just don't show it.
That would improve the market drastically, I think.
I don't know, and that's why I would do the experiment and find out.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you really would like to display is actually an order history. But that's a lot more stuff. I mean, the funny thing is the screen sort of exists. Like, if you, they have this kind of, they showed basically a book, right? Like, in this detailed ordered spread,
Yeah.
they call it. Like, kind of the bones are there, but
Well, I think there are just some database aspects of this too, right? Because there was recently this issue with the transaction log that sounded like it was just some kind of database issue.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be very clear that their database got overloaded. I mean, that especially given what the solution was. And yeah, there seemed like there's probably ways to improve that. I would
Yeah.
think. Um, so yeah.
So this is basically a
Um,
way of saying that we give Clemente what again?
I would give this Clemente an S again, but uh, sounds like you actually like this one, so it might actually not get a question mark. It might get a real grade.
Yeah, I probably have this one as closer to an A because I think you platoon him.
Um, yeah, I mean, I'm still going to play him both ways. I can understand the platoon, especially since Gold has a lot of righties at the moment. But yeah, it's a good card either way. I don't know, we can give him an A plus or something.
I can give him an S. I think this is the best of
I
the
give him an S.
Clemente. I think
Okay,
it's the best of the
I'm
Clementes, at least
I'm happy
relative
with an S.
to like Gold. So,
I'm happy with an S. Like S.
all right. Barry Larkin. Well, let's talk. Let's talk Barry Larkin, who apparently I now have to keep because he may be in a mission.
Yeah, I actually think it's very likely that Larkin will be in a top mission at some point. Um, so it's an interesting
So I
card
should be
actually.
specking on these Larkins, is what you're telling me.
Was that L10 2K? Yeah, for 2K. um,
Mr. Audit agrees with me and says it's more of an A plus.
I mean, A plus is fine too.
All right, we'll give it an A plus. Feel better about it. It is a platoon card. Um, okay, so the problem with Larkin isn't this basically just like a one-sided version of what you get from Furcal on both sides?
So I have this way better than for Call VL, like way better. Actually, I think the card that I think Larkin is, you know, I think Larkin is a gold shortstop, Jerry Pretty, basically.
That's a good
So I don't
comparison.
know. I don't know where that lands him. Um, it's not a card I've been playing, even though I think it's really good VL.
I sort of like this Chico as well as a version of that though.
Oh, actually, I have Chico much worse than Larkin.
But
Actually,
he's got 88 eye and 105 range.
yeah, but he lost. Where'd all his stealing go? He was 107 stealing.
Yeah, but he walks more and he gets to more baseballs. And is there anything else that matters besides like your glove and walking?
Sometimes. No, Mr. Odd, I think that's basically where I landed on Larkin too. I don't think gold is the spot I want to. I don't think shortstop is the spot I want to platoon for gold. So I'm just playing for call. Um, but if this were 2 months ago and gold had nothing but lefties, this Larkin is like a
Then Larkin
slam
is
dunk.
great. Yeah. Then this
Yeah,
is basically like what Rizzuto and that group have been.
yeah. Um, so I don't know what to give this card. Because there are metas where this is the best card in the format, and there are metas where it's unplayable.
But we're
So
currently in the latter.
I don't think we're in the ladder where it's quite. I don't think we're quite in the unplayable meta, but we're on that side. So, um,
If his avoid K were like 60 points lower, I would like this card a lot more.
I suspected you might say that.
It's true
No,
though.
so Chico, I think, is actually just bad. I don't think I'd ever play Chico anywhere because he's worse than for call both ways. So there's never a use.
The glove's at least better though.
Yeah, a little bit, but the bat's all worse. And no, like I don't think there's ever a way.
Look, I'm always playing for Colin Nunez, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You play for call and you play Nunez at second, and then you move on with your life. Um. So yeah, I think Chico's just actually basically
All right.
not any good, and Larkin is potentially good if tons and tons and tons of lefties exist, which they don't at the moment.
But I do think he's draftable.
Yeah, draft is great.
So give him a D for draft.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of card where this could be an ass at some future moment if the right meta hits.
No. Even just versus left, you're just gonna.
Oh,
run.
I have him like I have him like 2 wins above Furcal left or something. Maybe actually probably more, like more like 2.5.
All right. We got Bob Moose.
All right, this is a quick one.
As soon as I pull him up. Now he is a Bob, so you know.
It's true. He's not in the name game Bob mission though. I'm pretty sure. So, minus some points for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, card's just terrible.
He's good versus righties.
He is good versus righties. Actually, I am the second best gold starter versus righties, but you literally have to get all righties, and you will not.
So in the upcoming PTMS, which is going to be really righty heavy. No, I can't finish that sentence.
I still don't think he's good enough.
I can't finish that. I can't finish that sentence.
No, I think this is a pretty easy F. Yeah.
All right, Dave Giusti. So he's a reliever with some stamina. But now we're up to low diamond. So where do you have him? I haven't even had a chance to look at.
So for low diamond, I have 3 relievers pretty far above the rest, which are Neftali Feliz, Jake McGee, and the 84 Stu Miller.
And then I've got like Thornton and then Giusti, it looks like.
Yes, I have Giusti in the next group with Thornton and Alfred Bosky, which is of course very dependent on splits. So yeah, I mean he's a 90. I guess he's probably the second best 90.
Yeah, so actually I'm just looking at this tournament I'm just looking at right now, this diamond only. So for the diamond only, actually this card's an upgrade if I had him.
Yep. Yeah, he plays. I think he's kind of on the bullpen fringe in low diamond. He plays in diamond floor stuff. He's fine. Not great, but fine.
Well, I'd give him an F for fine, but I think he's a little better than that because I think he does play. I think he does play.
Yeah, he's probably like a C, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll drop out of the meta real quick, but
That's true.
I think the fact that he's exactly a 90 helps because there is this diamond only.
Yeah.
So maybe that bumps him up to a C.
I could see a C or a D. That's somewhere in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think C or D also. All right, C minus.
Sure.
All right. Oh, and we got a Clemente.
Oh, look at that! Another one.
And this one is low diamond eligible.
It is.
And this one has 89 I versus left.
Yeah, so I'm going to say something really shocking here. For the first time, I don't have this one as the best both ways. I have only as the best. I have only a second VR.
Okay, and I'm going to say something really shocking here. I really like this card because he finally has I.
Yeah, no, this card is really good. I mean, I would say the card I have better than him, right field VR, is Pete Rose. So.
Okay, so the problem I have. This is what makes it tough for me to figure out, is the card that I have better than him is also a righty.
In right field? I'm guessing it's Salmon then probably.
I want to run this Tim Salmon.
Yeah, I just think I'm not playing Tim Salmon anymore. I think he's gone.
He has 115 I.
He sure does, but he doesn't have a lot of defense.
95 right field's fine.
No, I mean I have Salmon as a better hitter. But
so it's funny because I really like this Clemente. I think as a two-way player I want to run Salmon. But I actually want to platoon Salmon with Clemente, which sounds stupid, instead of like Stone and Clemente or something like that.
So for low diamond, my two-way right fielders are Clemente, Salmon, Clemente, which is sort of funny.
Yeah.
And then actually the Six of Lascana that was just released right after them.
Yeah, Sisto's also playable.
Though he plays left too, which is where I'd put him.
Yeah, I've got Sisto about 8th and right, but we'll get to it in a moment. But I do have him as the best left fielder.
Yeah, I have him number 2 in right and number 1 in left. Well, that would be VL. I mean, I have number 4. Um, yeah, I mean, this Clemente is also quite good. Um, it's funny because this one's actually the one that maybe I'm the least interested in because low diamond doesn't have a ton of lefties for him to go after. But I think
So
the
it's
card is
funny.
still really good.
I like this Clemente, but I like the salmon a lot.
I think I'm just never playing salmon anymore. I mean, I think Clemente also plays an open diamond. I'm pretty sure. Um,
Open diamond. Let me see what I got for open diamond.
certainly VL.
Let's see what I've got in open diamond.
So open diamond, I have him as the second best 2 right fielder, behind the PTMS David Justice, who is absolutely absurd.
No, I'll run Springer over him in right also.
Ah, interesting. Okay, not Wood though.
But I'd also run Wood, but I assume you're looking at VL.
No, I mean I have him a second 2-way, but yeah, VL, I have him the best.
I also might run Carlos Gomez if I had to run him 2-way, but 1-way, yeah.
Yeah. The Justice, by the way, is absolutely absurd card. PTMS reward.
Yeah. So what do we give him here? Yeah.
I mean, I could still this one that's probably still an S in all honesty for me. I think he's close enough that I'll just cut Pete Rose and get platoon somewhere else.
I feel like generally being S, you want to play up a level. I don't think he plays up a level, but I think he's an A.
I mean, I think he plays in Diamond. I'm gonna play him in Diamond.
You really think over Wood, Springer, Easter?
Yeah, I'll play Wood in left. I'll play Clemente in right, and then I'll play Liscano. I'll platoon Wood and Liscano in left, and I'll play Clemente both ways in right. And well, I'd play Andrew Jones if I had one in center, but I don't, so I'll play someone else. Yeah.
I still need to get an Andrew
fine.
Jones actually.
He is not cheap, Mr. Jones. I didn't feel like I played quite enough diamond to justify spending 300K on him.
No, I guess I could just run Springer in center.
Yeah, Springer, Otis. I think I have the number 2, but
I didn't even get an Otis yet. Because for some reason Otis is not in spotlight packs.
nope. I mean, it's a good kind of case study of spotlights, right? This Fingers, I guess. Fingers has never been in spotlights. He still costs 335K.
Right.
And a card like Satchel Paige, the immortal Satchel Paige, that's actually a starting pitcher, costs 200K.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the issue.
Yeah. And the Satchel Paige admission value, because you get to Ted Williams. Yeah, exactly. None of the alumni cards are in spotlight packs.
So, we'll see what chat thinks. What do you think? A or S, chat? We'll let them decide. I'm seeing an A,
Hey,
a couple A's.
All right, give him an A.
Or give him an A. All right. I think chat's gonna give him an A. Now, Sisto, I just think we're both agreeing we like him better in left than right.
Yep.
Well,
everyone's qualified to give an opinion. That's.
You know, he's a little bit splitty, but even as a 2-way player, I'm happy to play Sisto in left.
Yeah, I mean, I think this card is I'm absolutely the card I think you should do the perfect Clemente mission with if you're going to do it. Because it actually
I think I should do this. I should lock him and then sell Clemente. I think that is the right decision.
And yeah, I mean, it's just a very good card. Now this one I don't.
I'll do that when I am off stream, you know.
Yeah.
But yes, I think I will do that.
Yeah, this one I don't know that I actually play in Open Diamond. Maybe as a platoon, but it's somewhat closer.
Well, if you're going to try to play Clemente and Wright in Open Diamond, then you're not going to play him because you're still going to play Wood, I assume.
Well, I can platoon Wood in Liscano. That's what I'm thinking of doing, but I don't know
You
that I'll
could.
do
The
it.
problem is if you play Wood, Lescano, and Clemente, you now need two center fielders.
Well, I guess. I guess you. Yeah, that is a bit annoying.
And especially
Need
if
to
you're going to
find
look
one
at a card
somewhere else.
like Luke Easter, who's also,
No, I don't think I'm
you
playing
know,
Luke Easter in Open Diamond now. Yeah, I guess that's true. The center fielders are. Wood does play center, but it's so bad.
no, you don't want Wood in center, and I none of these is a good enough bat to DH. It used to be that the five top bats were like first base slash DH and nothing else, and now we just got Dick Allen, so it's going to be
And
six.
Delgado.
Yeah, yes,
So Allen's obviously better than Delgado.
yeah, but both of
Yeah,
them
I
are going to
guess
be in the same
you're
spot.
probably right. You'd have to play two of Jones, Edmonds, Otis. Then
Yeah,
still only five outfielders. Yeah, it's doable.
I mean, I'd rather play one of them in Carlos Gomez than just because I need the positional coverage.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, so maybe he just plays low diamond then.
Okay, so maybe a solid A.
Yeah, yeah, A or B, I think.
All right. How about Doc Ellis? Um,
Not enough LSD.
well, you never know what his hit batsman rating is going to be.
That's true. We don't know.
What I can do is I can look at the ratings on this card
Wait,
and you
does
know.
Lozano with pitching? I shouldn't even
Wait,
look. Does it just show it?
wait. Does
Hopefully?
Sisto pitch? I didn't even know that.
Few pitches that
Do you have in the card database? Because I don't know the card yet.
I own one. I'm checking. He is 2-1-1-1-1-1. Okay.
Okay, no.
Yes, I agree that. I don't think his pitching is good enough to use as a two-way.
No, he's not a two-way player. I meant. Sorry. Oh. I see. No. I meant as in, do you run him versus both righties and lefties?
He's better than Finch. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. No. Now I understand. Yes.
Yeah.
Um.
Those are just about the worst pitching ratings I've seen, though. So I don't know if you looked up in advance.
He's no Russell Martin.
No, he's no Russell Martin or Wayne Gross, for that matter.
Um.
Okay, Doc Ellis is an F, though, right? The card's just terrible.
Doc Ellis. The problem is he's just understated compared with like
Yeah.
everything in the current meta.
Way understated. It's not really close.
No, it's not an F minus. I mean, it's you would play you would look at this card down a full level probably.
I mean,
Well,
he's
maybe,
not the
yeah.
number one. He's not the number one starter in gold.
He's
but
not the number
probably
one
in the
star in gold, but
conversation.
like he'd be in the conversation.
Yeah.
All right, this Delgado, it's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah.
I like the card. I really would love to find a way to play those interesting splits. That gap power, my model really, really likes.
Yeah.
I also like the fact that this is one of the first base options that actually can play defense. It's not like the Giambi where you really have to make it a DH.
Yeah.
This is a decent defensive first baseman. And then the problem is the bat is just behind like 5 other first basemen or something.
Yeah, and it's about to be another one with Andres Galarraga for PTMS too.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's unfortunate. It really is because this is the kind of card that could have been really interesting and just is stuck behind too much other stuff.
No, I think this card needed to be released just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, even in like OTP era, Teixeira is there, so and Giambi. So
No, so I think this just ends up being an F just due to being like completely crowded out.
yeah,
But
it's
it's an F where it's just the timing of the release basically.
yeah. No, if this is before, even if like Garrick exists and you put this in, this will play some like
Yeah,
that they
basically
can
the
play
problem
that.
is you can play sort of any two of these first basemen, but this is going to be one of the more expensive, right? You're paying
And a
100K
little
for
worse.
him, and you're now paying. So what is Gehrig down to? Like,
Eric is about 100K actually. The diamond, I'm pretty sure. But
is the
Teixeira
Diamond
is like
Gehrig still
50.
100K?
Yeah, it's held this price pretty well actually.
I guess he's never been in spotlights.
Yeah, I think he's in like one, very like the first one or something. But yeah,
Um,
Teixeira's like 50. Giambi's like 25, and I think Vlad is like 30-ish, 35.
yeah. Teixeira is. Why am I not?
Teixeira, I think, is the card I would recommend for
I just can't. I just cannot type right now.
for most people because I think Teixeira is like the best one for league and a pretty good budget option there.
The peak should have catcher ability. Which the peak?
Elgato, yeah,
That's a good
yeah.
point.
I think he only played like 2 games or something, so it
Yeah, but
would be kind of fun.
he's not good. But it's.
Yeah, Delgado's a really unfortunate card though. It's just it's really a badly timed release in the end, I think.
On the other hand, there is this Dick Allen, who currently has no last 10 yet. Not this Dick Allen. This Dick Allen.
No, this Dick Allen is a monster.
I think I'm gonna be platooning him before long, just because there are so many of these good, like, first base DH types. But the thing
Well,
is,
you
he
know
can
what?
also play third.
I'm gonna play this. If I don't have one obviously because there's been no L10, but if I had one, I would play this at third both ways.
That's right. You don't care about third base defense. I keep forgetting.
Yep, this card is silly at third.
If you don't care about
But
third base defense, he's great because the bat's that good.
But this defense isn't even that bad. He's 74 range, 85 arm. Like it's, you know.
This is almost good enough to play in league. It's not quite. There's just a few
It's
too many righty bats now.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know what this is going for. I'm guessing it's going to be quite a lot.
Well, but if you put this
But-
up against Pujols, let's say, not that Pujols, that Pujols.
Yeah, it's better than the other one.
But the thing is that this Pujols has way too much avoid K, and so Dick Allen might actually end up being better.
I don't think so. I don't have Dick Allen. I have Pools is way better, but I actually do care about avoid K to some degree.
I also care about avoid K to a large degree.
Yeah, I care about it being higher.
No, I want it to be lower.
Yeah. Allen over text at first in what context? That question is not gonna have an easy answer.
So in league play, I have Allen as the fifth best two-way third baseman, behind A-Rod, Hannes, Pujols, Schmidt.
Okay, I have him a little bit lower than that, but yeah, not that much.
But if you really had all of those cards, you might find room for all five on your roster.
I think you would, yeah. Well, you probably cut Schmidt actually. You probably cut Schmidt and play Ward.
Yeah, so I think this is actually a really interesting card.
So in league,
does Dick Allen see PTMS play as a righty? But the problem is he's a splitty righty.
well, the other issue is that he
But
only has to go
I
3.
was gonna say saves you 3 points, but he's a splitty righty.
I think he's too much worse than Pujols to play.
What about the
it's only
people that are
3
going to play Schmidt?
I think he's too much worse than Schmidt to play. If it's only 3 points.
Okay, so in league, yeah, I have
So
him as the third best VL bat in the game.
I think I do too.
So,
Oh no, I have him 5th actually, but it's very close.
So it's Thomas Pujols, and DiMaggio's going to be up there as well.
I have
And what?
I have
Schmidt?
I have basically Thomas. This is just for league, to be clear, and only VL. I have Thomas, and then Pujols, Wagner, DiMaggio, Allen, all pretty close to each other.
But if you had all five of those cards, you can put all five on a roster. You can put all five in a VL lineup.
You could, but I think you wouldn't, because I think you play A Rod or Schmidt at third.
Play A-Rod at short, play Hannes
No,
in...
I don't think A Rod's at shortstop anymore. I think
No.
those days are over.
Okay, so maybe he doesn't quite play league.
He plays. I mean, he's a budget team. Like, yeah, like they say, if you're running Tex and Schmidt, like I think this is substantially better than Tex at least VL, and probably slightly better than Schmidt VL at first in league.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, if you don't have like every card, this is going to play in league or close to every card.
Yeah.
Like, I think,
Although
yeah.
I will say if you don't have every card, I'm not sure you want to invest in a card like this immediately.
Given the price that it's going to go for, yeah, probably not. You want to, but oh, again, this is non-spotlight, so this could stay a high for quite a long time.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah,
So,
I mean, actually, now that I think about it, as an example of a card that held value, Tudor's never been in spotlights, or was he in once?
he was in that weird like intermediary one, the mission one,
That's right.
because he was in, but it was like very low chance
Yeah,
to
and
get
you
him.
see, so he's held value basically by not being in
Yeah,
spotlights, even though this is now a much worse card than some of the cheaper ones.
yep, yeah. I mean, his price has declined a little bit over time. You know, he started out. I think the first sale was somewhere around like 600K, and he
five
sort
or
of
six maybe.
yeah, and he sort of slowly come down. But that was kind of normally how things worked in past versions of the game, and it's a pretty good way.
Solving in the corner with your Don Mattingly Schmidt platoon. Please tell me you're not playing Don Mattingly at
Yeah,
third.
don't play Don Mattingly at all.
Please tell me you're not playing Don Mattingly in Perfect Team.
Don't play that card. Play Tex. Just go sell your Mattingly, buy a Teixeira, play Teixeira,
Um,
profit.
yes. Yeah, so I think Dick Allen's an excellent card. I do think this is an S tier card.
Oh yeah, this is a phenomenal card.
Um, but I also think it's an S tier card where it's actually going to be targeted at fewer people than will go out and buy it.
I think the people who should be buying this are people who play lots of diamond tournaments who are willing to play it at third base.
Right, but I think almost nobody else, because I think if you're not playing diamond tournaments, yeah, he might be a little upgrade in league, but you're paying way too much for that little upgrade compared with like buying at the top of the meta.
Yeah, if you just care about league, go buy a Schmidt.
What does Schmidt go for now? It must be quite a bit down because of the
Or
price
a
has been
Rodriguez.
passed, right?
Yeah, Schmidt is now 170K or 169 actually. It's very nice. Um, I suspect Allen will sell for something like that, probably more actually on the first sale.
Yeah, so I
Uh,
think you just shouldn't pay more for Allen than Schmidt unless you're playing diamond tournaments.
and like every diamond tournament, and you have to be willing to play Allen at third.
That sounds right. Yeah, and I am willing to play Allen at third.
Hey, finally, we did it.
No, hold on. No, Allen has like. Hold on.
No, Allen's not that bad. Allen is not that
Allen
bad.
is actually a good defensive third baseman for somebody.
Yeah, no, Allen's
with that.
fine.
He's got 88 arm.
Yeah, no, Allen's totally fine.
Right.
Allen's a fine.
The reason he's got only 82 at third base is he has the 69 infield error, which is still nice.
Yeah. Invictus to that question, I would get rid of Willie Wells, who is not really playable anymore, and go buy yourself a Monty Ward to replace him and push A-Rod to third.
Is that what I would do? I would, while he's in spotlight packs, I would go for Joe Morgan first. What is
He's not in
Morgan
spotlight
down?
packs.
Oh, is he not? That's right. He's not in these spotlight packs. Never
Yeah.
mind.
Ward is
Then Monty
cheap.
Ward while he's in spotlight packs. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like 130K or something. It's ridiculous. Mr. Ronald, I like Tulo. I think he's fine, but I think Ward is a much better card and he has much more value for tournaments. Like, way more. He's probably the best tournament card in the game at the moment.
All right. Anyway, so Dick Allen, S tier card. What do we got next?
Yeah, Yadier
Oh, hey,
Molina.
Dr. Dynastic. Thank you for the raid. How was the stream?
Twipt is going on now. Actually, we'll probably won some rounds actually for once. If we haven't been eliminated yet.
Well, do I know if I've been eliminated yet?
I don't know. It didn't pop up, but maybe you don't have it on.
I may have it on hide. We'll go. All right, we'll go check in a moment. Let's do Yadier and then we'll check.
Yeah.
So Yadier Molina, the eye's a problem, but 104 catcher ability, 102 catcher arm.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of gap power.
I'm not a fan of this card. I don't think this plays in Diamond. I would much rather play Roger Bresnahan or Bill Pierce or Biz Mackey or Bill Freehand or Frank Duncan or any of that stuff. Even Benji Molina.
I was going to say, I'm looking at my league model, and I'm a little bit shocked by this, but my league model would rather play Benji than Yadier.
I have Benji as the number 5 VL catcher in league, better than Mike Piazza.
Yeah, I also have Benji. He's not playable is the problem because the one's above him. But
yeah, it's pretty amazing.
But I think Benji is the best of the Molinas here.
I think there is exactly one tournament where this card is potentially interesting, which is the Daily Diamond OOTP Era Cap. But even there, I don't think it's really much of an upgrade, if at all. Certainly not a card you should go out and chase.
Right, and in normal Diamond, I've got this behind, Freehand, Bresnahan, Biz, Bill Pierce.
I have Cochran also and Mackey, so it's even more.
No, I had Mackey on my list, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Mackey, okay, I didn't. It's that one.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, this just doesn't play, does it?
No, it doesn't play anything. That's the only possible exception is the Daily Diamond OOTP Era, but I don't think it does anything there either, really. So
Stratigo, just one round? Did we only lasted one round?
Now we got not even a round. I think maybe it just because the 20. I always look at the 20 minutes for draft. So yeah, the next round will be in 5 minutes.
But does this mean that our ace, Hal Woodchick, did the job?
No, he hasn't. It hasn't been a single sim yet. I don't think. But because it's 7, it fires at 7. The tournament starts at 8:20.
Okay, so Yachty we can't do much with.
No.
Okay, so the next sim is in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's the first sim. Or the first game, at least.
All right, so last chance for chat if you want to make your prediction. Is Hal Woodchick going to be a good enough ace to finally get us out of the first round?
Oh wait, there's a round
tournament.
Over? Oh, am I just totally wrong? That's very possible. That means that Woodchick, if Stratico is correct that a round is over, that means that Woodchick did not lose us the game.
Well, there you go.
Clearly, it was the right pick.
Yep, look at that. Hal Woodchick.
There we go.
We told him he could face 18 batters, and he faced 19.
Well, so much for that.
6 innings, 1 hit, was a home run.
Oh, that's why, because the home run was the last batter he faced. The no hitter.
Yeah, that actually it was.
Which that no hitter exception almost kicked me out of Perfect League 2 weeks ago. It was really close to doing it.
Yeah,
I had to scramble because it pitched my starter too many pitches on like the second to last series.
So Hal Woodchick basically had a no hitter going through 6, facing the minimum.
No, it's bad though. I think he's gonna be too tired for the next game. I think that was a big problem.
If he makes the next game, we're fine.
I guess that's true.
It's single elimination. If he has to get a second start, we're fine.
If you got a second start, we got at least a gold pack, right? So
exactly.
Oh no, it's a 256. It's only a silver.
Yeah. Still. And also, this means that now we like our pitching staff lines up a little bit better because Price is now our number
That's
two
true.
against Jimmy Key. So they're running Price and Woodchick in the
Which
rotation. The
which
team we're
Jimmy
about to
Key?
play against.
Oh, the Diamond Jimmy Key. Okay, I'm not. The Diamond Jimmy Key is not a great card. It's all right. I'm
No,
not too
they've
scared of
got
that.
Price and Woodchick in the rotation. So
That's true. They do. They do.
Oh, and most importantly, this is a team running Barry Larkin.
Oh, hold on. Before I forget, I actually do want to mention this point. That Randy Tomlin card, because it has a perfect reminder of it.
Yeah.
Um, it
Where
changed
was?
titles recently. It used to
Why?
be on the Atlanta Braves, now it's on the Pittsburgh Pirates. So again, if anyone is doing stuff, be careful. This card has changed titles.
Okay.
Just so you're aware.
Okay.
I strongly suggest to anyone who's doing any kind of modeling to use the card ID instead of the title. But if you're using
Yes.
the title, be aware.
So as you can see, Barry Larkin, complete junk as a card. He's only, hitting 667 with one home run and 7 RBIs
Three walks. Is that three walks?
and 3 walks in his first game.
That's a good game.
But he's only on pace to. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Solid OPS over 2,000. All right,
Exactly, Mr. Audit. Complete trash.
and we're throwing a lefty into him too. That could get worse for us.
We are throwing a lefty. I think we should just go ahead and do it. Can we just go ahead and challenge him, right?
Yeah, why not? It'll be fine. Could go wrong.
What's the worst that could happen?
No. Apparently we know. I think it happened the last game. The worst that could happen.
Well, okay, yes, that's true. But on our end, look how we did, right? The Babe did his job. Struck out
Yeah,
three.
we did-
Struck
we
out
did
three
great.
times. Someone's got to do it.
We got that Dick Allen. That's the best diamond you could get. Pretty
That-
much.
Yeah, that's true. They're throwing a lefty against Dick Allen.
Yeah. Yeah, Dick Allen A-Rod. That's a good combo VL.
Ruth is fine VL.
Yeah, Ruth is totally fine VL.
He's only got 45 avoid K. He's great.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I'm sold Sophic Larkin and Varane.
Wait, did we intend
about
to
that
start?
one?
Did we intend to start Ferguson at short?
Yeah.
I thought
This
we
is our
did
VR
something
lineup.
else.
That's our VR lineup. Our VR
Oh,
lineup. is
that's
Ferguson
right.
and
Okay.
Short. Yeah.
Swapping Larkin for Aparicio. Just play for Cal. All right. Who are we gonna look at next? Sorry. Let's while we wait
Next
for this thing to
card
come in, we've
is
got the next
Roberto
Roberto
Clemente.
Clemente. So
Actually, you probably could find one in this draft if you.
yeah, that's what I was
That's
gonna do.
what
I'm just gonna
thinking.
find them all in the draft. All right. It's the peak, presumably. So this one
Yeah.
has Samai, which is good. Yay. This one has Samai, which is good. So one question I had, because this is tough for me to evaluate this card, is what do you think his outfield arm is?
I mean, I can only go by what's printed, and what's printed is 125, which I'm pretty
Right.
sure is the max.
But I think that is the max shown, but not the max available on the card. In the same way that last year
know.
there were a bunch of 125 contact ratings for cards that when you graded them out, were 130 to 140.
So that's as far as my understanding is. That is true of ratings that are kind of calculated ratings. So like that 128 right field is more. That's way more than 128. But not true of raw ratings like I, for example. I think I max is 125. And BABIP. So I assume that ARM is a raw rating and therefore 125 is the actual number. But I don't know.
Oh, I don't know, and there's another one that has a 125.
Yes, there are two. But like that 128 right field is way more than that. I don't know how much it is because like Ichiro also has 128, I'm pretty sure, and he's like -5 range, -20 arm or something.
Right. And we have, in fact, okay, Well, I'm glad we drafted a bullpen.
Apparently, that's quite the game. Larkin did hit another home run.
Larkin. Who needs Larkin? He's he's out golfing and we're still playing, right? What
Yeah,
is
it
he?
didn't say final simulation.
444, 2 homers, nine. Yeah,
Wow, we scored. We've done 6 runs and scored 6 in the 8th and 9th. It's a good tournament for Larkin,
Oh
though.
wait, wait. Oh no, hold on. That first tournament was a Gym Unknown. That's why. That's why
Okay.
he was
That's
so
why
good.
he went absolutely crazy. All right, that makes more sense.
Okay, that's better.
Much better.
Look at that. 3 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th.
And I guess our bullpen held it together.
4 innings out of Brian Harvey, having thrown the day before, so he may
Wow.
be unavailable for a little
Yeah.
while. You think?
We probably should aggressive tired this one, Kevin, because it could have figured it otherwise.
No, come on. He's got 30 stamina. He'll be fine.
I'm guessing Jake McGee is also on 0 because I think he doesn't have much stamina.
Well, Mr. Audit, it didn't say final simulation, but actually, even before it popped up, we knew we won.
Yes, that's true.
There are other There are other spoilers on the screen, I'm afraid.
So, what do you use to cover the corners?
Just stick your hand there,
That's what I usually do. Sometimes I drag a window over it.
Ooh, you know what? This Will C. Moore is not a great starting option. He's only got 37 stamina. I mean, who would start somebody with only 37 stamina?
I can't imagine.
Woodchick has 39.
Yeah, that's enough.
I'm liking our chances. Jesse Barnes is
He's a pitcher.
Is a pitcher.
He has stamina.
But actually, he gets to face a very right-handed lineup.
It's true. All right. Well, this is the answer. We need to watch the tournament happen for us to do well. I think that's the solution. But I'm pretty sure this is the best we've ever done in one of these.
Yeah. There we go. We can just turn this into a TWIP stream.
Yeah.
All right, you know what? If we could turn it into a TWIP stream at the end, I could do the whole. The problem is you really don't want to hear me try to do play-by-play, but I will go to hide score. We'll go to hide scores.
All right.
In the meantime, yeah. So the Clemente, we're getting back to Clemente. So my model, as much as I usually don't like the shape, this one does have enough eye that I kind of end up still liking him.
Well, I mean, just from defense alone, I think this card is good, even if it's had like very little bat.
So I have him as probably number 2 or 3 as a two-way right fielder, but that's mainly behind Griffey, who I'd rather play center.
I actually don't have Griffey as playable in right field anymore. Like my VL, it's just Clemente by a ton, and then Winfield, and then VR, I'm sorry. I have trained Billy Hamilton and then Clemente. So yeah, I mean, I think basically I'm just playing Clemente both ways, any park, don't care. It's just too good.
Hide scores will not save me from clock spoilers. Now I can avoid the clock spoilers by covering up the screen with my hand. However, that won't work on stream.
Okay, everyone hold your hand up in front of your screen, in front of the clock once it gets to simulating. And Charles will let you know when you can take it away.
Yes, exactly. No, well, okay, what I can do is I can, like, flash up and be right back.
Oh, that would work, yeah. Well, we have we can wait a few minutes, but yeah.
Yeah. So, I think Clemente is probably now your top. Realistically, if you have Griffey, I think you're still playing him in center and playing Hamilton in left if you can train him.
If I had every card in the game, I would no longer roster Griffey.
You're going to play Ted in left?
Nope. I'm going to play Billy Hamilton in left. I'm going to put Ichiro in center.
But Ichiro has like over 100 avoid K.
He does have a lot, I think. Yeah,
So how can you like that bad?
he's been really good actually.
um,
Um,
so I think Clemente does play. Like anything in League, it's going to be park dependent. I can certainly make a park where it's going to be tough to play him, and I can make a park where he's going to be really good. So he's in that range.
I actually don't think I can make a Purple Clemente is not the best right field option.
So I was actually noticing this. There isn't really a good lefty cheese park this year, is there?
There's not a great one, yeah. But even if you could run the old full lefty cheese, I would still play Clemente. I think.
I think then you definitely play Griffey.
I mean, I can check.
Then it's like Griffey, Hamilton, I don't know, Ted even,
All right, let me see.
or Yaz. There's still Yaz. He's fully
Uh,
trained.
okay, yes. I mean, in that park exclusively, so not taking into account road games, I would play. Well, no, it actually wants to play Fred Lynn in right VR, and still Clemente VL.
Yeah, I could see that. I guess you could also play this Sherry McGee. Maybe the problem is he has
I,
reverse splits, so he's
I have
not
Sherry
really a
McGee
VL
as
option. He's more a two-way option.
yeah, I have Sherry McGee also better than Griffey actually in right field, just like in neutral. Um, I think Griffey. I mean, maybe you can play him as a backup, but I think if you have everything, Griffey is kind of like he's at the end of the line.
Might be, yeah. So where does that leave Clemente? I think that leaves Clemente on the roster. I mean, I don't think McGee. I actually think McGee is a less damaging LE10 than the others.
Yeah,
I don't
McGee
think
is
he's a must-have.
no.
Um, you know, I'm willing to end up with the card at a price, but it's not the 2 million or something that I should have paid for Griffey.
Yeah, I mean, so I think Clemente, I think is for me at least a very very clear S. He's just the best right fielder, like kind of a lot. Um, so yeah, I'll just play this card. I assume for quite a long time, even as just a
I
platoon.
think he's, if anything, barely the best. I think he'll be a more platoon guy, and I don't like that he doesn't play. I don't like that he's not going to play these other positions.
I don't either. I really, again, really, really wish Billy Hamilton could actually play left field.
Like what this card reminds me of is the Jackie Robinson, where you can keep him being the best card by avoiding releasing anything else, but he's starting off only slightly best.
Oh no, I mean I just have him as like a lot the best. So then, because this is Tony Gwynn's bat plus like amazing defense.
And to be fair, I mean, it's going to be heretical and all, but I'll just sort of point out, I mean, Clemente, if you look at the numbers, was not like an inner circle Hall of Famer. There are a lot of other, admirable qualities that he had.
I think he was like a career like
Oh, that's right.
85
That's right.
score.
I was gonna put the spoiler thing up so that we can,
Oh yeah,
you know,
for the
like
for the
if you look at these different tests and stuff for Hall of Famers, he ends up kind of in the marginal range.
I mean, he's 95 career WAR. That's kind of a lot.
Yeah, I'm looking at. Let me pull up the Baseball Reference because I was just looking at this recently. When we were doing the trivia and stuff.
Hmm. I mean, okay, Fangraphs only gives him 80, so it's probably a lot of BREF's defense being a bit weird.
Yeah, the defense is going to be how you evaluate the defense is definitely going to be part of this, right?
Yeah, well, BREF's defense, I don't really like how they do defense. It doesn't seem great to me. So I'd probably lean more towards the Fangraphs 80 career number than 95 BREF.
Yeah. All right. Did we actually want to look at the the games, or should we not bother?
I don't know. People want to see them. We can fine either way.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Actually, I'm
yeah,
curious.
but I guess
What's
that's what I'm
ended up?
saying. Is that that I think if you're going to be like historically accurate, this is what he should be. He should be
So yeah, Fangraphs has him number 36 in career WAR, but a lot more longevity than some of the players near him. So it's kind of peak versus longevity question. And then that's only position players. So pitchers are going to be some more guys.
right. But then there's also stuff like we had this Orator Schaefer where it was kind of pointed out on stream that like the thing about Orator Schaefer was he was the 99th best right fielder in history, and then he's a perfect. So it's not it doesn't have to be completely historically
No,
accurate the
but I
way
don't think
this is
that.
set up.
I think that's okay. I don't think you need to have like 100% historical accuracy to like, it's all right if not, some
Yeah,
years different cards are the best. That's probably healthy for kind of the variety of things and whatnot. Um, but
yeah, I think
no,
that's fair. But my suspicion is this card is probably going to be in the playable range, but if he doesn't get surpassed soon, it will be because there's a choice not to release right fielders with power creep, rather than because he sort of starts out far ahead. I think he starts
yeah.
out, if anything, slightly ahead.
So the thing is that we know with a good deal of certainty, well, we know with hundreds of certainty, I should say, that there are two right fielders or two players that play right field coming, which are Al Kaline and
Is
Hank
Kaline
Aaron.
and
Now,
yeah,
those Kaline can usually play center and Aaron can usually play left. So it's not those are not the death knell of Clemente necessarily.
but Kaline
Um,
is going to be an excellent defensive right fielder as well.
right, but Kaline usually plays center. Kaline's usually allowed to play center, um, and sometimes Aaron has had first and third, but it's not always. Um, Less often third. I think he's only had third like once. Um, so I guess actually I think he played second in the Nuclear Leagues too. So we could theoretically have that also. Um, but I think this Clemente actually is kind of good enough that you're going to be willing to move stuff around a bit to get him in, especially VL. Like I don't know that VR is going to last for super long, but it'll last a bit, and then you'll eventually have him as a platoon and kind of like a pretty decent option
Yeah, but
to back
then it
up.
depends on whether there are enough lefties in the meta.
Um,
I mean,
the other thing
at a
is,
minimum, at that point, he's no longer a tournament card. He's only kind of a like specialty league card.
he plays an SE cap, but I guess those other guys will too. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think
I
this
don't know
will.
that he plays an SE cap. I think in SE cap the value of defense goes down compared with just like crushing the back end
Uh,
of bullpens.
but I mean, I guess you who can play in right field. You want to play Ruth or something, and
Yeah, sure. He's got a big bat.
nah, I don't know. That seems questionable to me. I think I'm pretty sure I'd rather play Clemente there.
Play Ted and
But
right. What's the worst that could happen?
I was assuming Ted was left. If you're gonna play Ruth and right, but also left field is where Kishnik usually ends up going. If you really want in that thing, so yeah. Anyway, not to get bogged down in one particular tournament. I mean, I guess it's because it's kind of similar to some of the other Clementes where I just kind of have it as the best option, like both ways, and I just want to play it, and I would be happy to do so for some time probably.
I think
And
it's
you
closer
know,
to an A because I think it gets surpassed pretty quickly.
I mean, yeah, I have this as just I would give this a pretty clear S for me. But
Okay,
we,
we can give it an S,
yeah,
I do think this one is a much softer S than like the Dick Allen.
yeah, yeah, probably that's true. I mean, the K line and Aaron are probably the kind of the scariest thing for this card. If those just can't play the other positions and they're better, because then it's not anywhere.
Um, I just think you're going to end up getting, like a Ruth or something that you just decide you want to stick in right because you got to stick him somewhere, and that'll be it.
I'll just stick him in left then. I mean, so much I guess of the outfield stuff that I'm trending about depends on whether you have a trained Billy Hamilton or not. because it makes such a big difference to have him have the left field.
That's true.
So I don't know. I'd really just like to be able to wave a wand and give him left field, but fortunately, that's not allowed.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right. Well, fair enough. We can go on. How about Sherry
yeah.
McGee?
I'm disappointed he can't play shortstop.
He'd be interesting as a shortstop. Yeah.
He'd be terrible, but it'd be really funny.
Mr. Otto would play him there, right on the theme team.
I think he's too good at shortstop for the theme team. Like he's playing Goldschmidt, right? Goldschmidt is like.
That's true. So the interesting thing here is that this is also he has these big reverse splits, which is interesting. And
Well,
normally I don't like the reverse split cards because you end up kind of getting the worst of both sides. You have AI managers that want to pinch hit you on your wrong side. You have, it's the bat.
yeah.
The bat's good, but I don't think the bat is Williams or Ruth.
No. I mean,
What he
okay,
what
so,
he is a much better defender in left field than they are, and a much better base runner.
right. So if I were not allowed a trained Hamilton and not allowed Ichiro or Griffey, I would play this card in left field VR at the moment.
I think I'd still play Ruth, but that's going to be park dependent. There are parks where I'd play this.
Certainly, I mean, something, like this is a card, again, like this Navin Field is a very interesting park where you can play this and Frank Thomas and Albert Pujols and just try to clobber people with right-handed home runs. Like, it's a very reasonable way to play right now. It's expensive, but it's certainly something you should think about if you have the cards for it. But the thing is that I think very quickly this becomes kind of a dead ball only card. Because it's...
But actually the problem is a dead ball only card. I think he plays the 1919, but I don't know how long he lasts in the 1912.
My guess is he has so much stats, he just ends up playing them both. Like, yeah, his power doesn't matter.
Yeah, I
still,
guess the gap power
gap
plays up in 1912 though, when he has a lot of speed.
Yeah, I think he'll still, like, he's not going to be as good obviously as he will be in Modern, but he's still just so overstated that he should play, I think.
Okay, so he's actually a good tournament card for the dead ball stuff.
Yeah, and right now a good league card, but probably not for super long time.
I think still a skippable league card, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and when you say good tournament card, it's specific tournament. So like he's not good enough that you're playing him in a low cap. Medium cap, I still think I'm skipping him. High cap, I'm playing him, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, the only way I guess this is if you are trying to do the nav and field stuff, you really want this.
Yeah, here I can pull up the field for what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Do you remember how far down Navin is?
I would just go if you go to Extreme RHB. I'm guessing it's going to pop up pretty fast.
That is a good point. Here you go. So Navin Field. Yeah. Big righty home runs, basically.
Yeah, huge home run factor and, like, not much else.
Although I guess in that park, the speed gets a little bit nerfed.
A little bit, but it is just so much power for a right-handed hitter that can play the outfield.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of cards that fit this park really well now. So this is like a real park at the moment that you can play if you have those cards, and then you really want this Sherry. But I think it's selling for about $1 million, I think, at the moment.
I think for $1 million, you can do other things to improve your team more.
Yeah. Again, unless you're doing this nav and field business, then you probably want to pay $1 million for it, and you're in perfect league already. Like,
well, I think would I rather pay $1 million for this card or $2 million for Frank Thomas? I think I'd rather pay $2 million for Thomas.
I think you can only do nav and field if you already have Frank Thomas. But you really should only want to if you already have Frank Thomas.
Yeah. Okay, so what does that make him? Maybe like, I mean, in the right park, he's very good. So he's somewhere in the meta.
Yeah, maybe a C or B.
Sounds about right.
I mean,
We can give him a B.
this is definitely the least problematic of the LE10s to this point by far. Um,
Yeah.
it
Well,
like this one's
Huey
funny.
Jennings wasn't as much problematic as troubling
Yes, Fusion is not problematic because of the card. It was probably because it was yeah, uh,
because of the card.
yeah. Well, because of the card to cover up good, really. I think.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, I mean, if this card, this Sherry McGee, were like an LE25, I, I really wouldn't have much of a problem with it at all. I don't think.
Yeah. Okay. And then
It's
finally, actually, go ahead.
no. We can move on.
No, no, go, either way.
Oh, I was just gonna say like I think moving like LE cards to me are like actually really good example of what I LE card that LE25 or even LE10 is Arlie Latham. Arlie Latham is a very unique card that does one specific thing that if you want that thing when he was released, if you wanted that thing, like you had to have him, and that is what makes a good LE to me, especially the really short ones where like one very specific kind of team or roster or tournament wants no not tournament really
Yeah.
one kind of very specific team or roster wants him and no one else does. So McGee is a little bit like that, but not quite all the way there.
Right. Okay. So, yeah. I guess finally we've got this Brett Saberhagen that just got released. So I think yet again we're finding that like there's a content release, but then that's not the important content release.
Yeah,
uh,
this is the card.
this and the Dick Allen
um
are the key cards here. Um,
yeah, I mean this card is just great. It's I have this as in the tier with Kluber and Hilton Smith. That's kind of obviously below the new Pedro and Warren Spawn, but
I've got him in a similar spot. I think one difference is this card is a lot splittier.
it is splittier. But actually, its VL is still pretty good. It just looks so bad. It looks worse because the VR is so amazing.
No, I'm willing to run it on the bad side, but it's a card which is even more interesting in extreme parks or in situations where people are going to be building lineups against you based on the park.
And yeah, really, I mean, at the moment we actually have kind of two and probably right now three positions: catcher, third base, and right field. We're basically going to see almost all righties.
Yes.
Um, so in this particular meta, he's even better probably.
Yeah, that's fair. But I think on top of that, this is the kind of thing where it's even better in a league situation where you have. Like, I think there's a card that gets better in league situations where, for example, you mentioned Navin. Well, if you're playing there, the regular season, people are just running one build, fine. But in a playoff scenario where people now start to want to run righties specifically against you in that park, this card becomes better.
Yeah, yeah. Then this card is unbelievable.
Or if you're good at playing matchup games and you think you can manipulate ways to get him in against a lot of righties.
Yeah, no, for sure. Um,
So I think as good as he is in my model, I think he's actually going to play a little bit better than that in practice in the hands of a good manager.
Probably. I mean, it is also the kind of card that I think just by the way its shape is will be better in league and tournaments. Um,
Yeah, especially because a lot of what you want to do is to play matchup games, and you're not going to be able to do that
yeah.
as easily.
Well, I think the strikeouts tend to get more value in tournaments too. Um,
He also doesn't convert to the pen as nicely as some others. So this isn't a card that eventually ends up in the pen. But I love that you've got the 90 hold runners kind of just thrown in there.
Yeah, that's a very nice feature. That's really quite helpful. Um,
So I think this is the other S tier card in the set, probably.
yeah, this card's really quite excellent. Big
So,
fan of it.
all right. See, we got through it in a nice, tidy.
Well, that's not bad for us, honestly.
No, no, we did okay. Um,
And actually, I think this is a kind of a lower ratio of Fs than usual. No F
no F
minuses, exactly.
minuses. Yeah, this is.
Okay, we could have probably argued for one for Al Oliver.
I think,
Um,
or possibly Doc. But who wants to give
yeah,
Doc? Who wants to give Doc an F minus?
yeah, that's true.
The OTP got to us. Look, I think we rate the content that they give us each week.
Yep.
I will say I will say neither this nor the F minuses are the content I really enjoy. Um, like the ones I enjoy are actually the cards where we have to debate, kind of how we're going to use them.
Yeah. No, I think the best concepts are the ones where it's lots of like A to C kind of stuff.
Yeah, like I think a card, like a discussion about could you use Sherry McGee to me is a lot more interesting than Brett Saberhagen, where you just look at the card and is like, yep, it's the same as the other cards but more blue. Okay,
Yeah.
just replace that card with this one, easy.
Eventually, they're going to run out of more blue to give, and then what happens? Like, I'm actually a bit concerned that there is not enough rating range left in the top end.
We'll see. Yeah.
Because like Pedro is basically maxed out, right? Like there's really not much more to go up from that.
We'll see. I mean, I think you just keep, you throw a 200 stuff on one of these cards, right?
I guess, but at some point the just the more ratings don't help any. I mean, like I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'm worried for nothing.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. But yeah. So I think some of these are easier to rate because it's just kind of clear what they are. It's the same card as the others, but we threw extra rating on. I think the ones that are most fun to play with, you know, are the ones where we're sort of making a decision.
Yeah, I mean I don't know
And
what
yeah,
like a good example from this set would be, but maybe Benji Molina for something a card that would like a very interesting card.
yeah, I think that's one where you have to make some decisions about whether you're willing to play the card and what you're willing to sacrifice to play the card. Um, like I said, I think that was one where at least my answer was I will not play him in low silver, but I will play him in full silver,
Yep, and
which is
that's
which is kind of a funny answer.
yeah, and that's that's great. You get that from a funny card. It's an interesting way to use it.
Yeah, so I think that's the kind of thing where I end up liking the content the most. Like, just as giving a card an F is not like saying the
No,
content creator's bad. It's just saying the content is bad. I
well, none of
actually I actually think a bunch of content that's all S's is also bad. I think
I
you
mean,
want to be in the middle.
I don't even think an F like some Fs is an indication of the content's bad. Like you will have cards that are worse than other cards. Like some cards will be F. You cannot avoid it. Some cards will be S. You can't avoid it. Like cards are there's going to be some kind of curve of card power level, and some of them are on the end of it. That's either direction. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Um, but the bimodal distribution is really bad, basically.
Yeah, I think the whole idea is that I think this game is most fun when it's not just a card collecting game, but it's also a managerial game. Um, and there should be more to managing. It's kind of like how some of the college coaches that recruit really really well. It's just like, yeah, well, you recruited such a good basketball team that pretty much all you got to do is roll out the basketballs and your team wins. Um, I don't think that's a particularly fun way to play the game.
No,
I
I
think
don't
it's a
either.
lot more fun when it's a combination of card collecting and roster building.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Um,
So for me, the cards that are most fun are the ones that are sort of in this A through C range, as you said, because those are the ones where it means there's actually a roster building challenge. And A means most of the time the answer is going to be yes, and C probably means most of the time the answer is going to be no. But like for example, I think there might be a roster that I will try to run Juan Gonzalez in before I give up on the idea. I can at least think of a way I would try to use him.
right. Yeah.
Molina, probably if it doesn't work the first time, I'm not going to give up on it immediately because I think there are enough things the card does that, I'll keep trying for a little longer.
Right.
But like the Saberhagen, sure, it's a good card. I'll put some points down. It'll make my team better. But then I almost never have to think about the card again.
Yeah. Yeah. You just put it on the roster where it's eligible, and you.
Just stick it on the roster where it's eligible. Don't think about it. And the next time I'm going to think about that card is the point at which he's almost out of the meta.
Right.
So I think those are the ones that are the most fun.
Yeah. No, I agree. Did not rate the PTMS rewards. We're not in the card database yet.
Yeah, I think for some of these you kind of need to see the card database. But
I
brief version, most of them good. Killing.
I did enter them in manually, so as always, caveat on typos and/or ratings changing because it has happened before. Pedro's obviously busted. Hartnett's Carter VL, but actually good VR. Rizzuto, I just have as like the best shortstop. Justice also.
The only thing about Rizzuto is he's a Yankee, so you got to take like several points off for that.
No, I think I'd rather own a Rizzuto than a Hartnett. I'm quite sure I'd rather own a Rizzuto than a Hartnett. So of course, if you win the Hartnett, you get the Rizzuto too.
Yeah.
Galarraga seems pretty good actually. I was a bit surprised by that one when I put him in. Yeah, and then Killen Bad and Tommy Davis looks also pretty.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Someone without Pujols or Thomas have a chance.
Yeah.
I think it's a low enough cap that you can find a way to build around it. What I would do is instead of deciding to run, like I think as a general rule, especially in a low cap, if you're missing a big card, don't just put like the second or third best card at that position that's much worse than the big card. Invest your points in quality elsewhere.
Yep.
So I think for this, the cap number is a little over 8. So you're going to have essentially either 8 perfects, or if you decide to run a little bit deeper roster, 7 perfects. So if you feel like whatever your evaluation is, if your evaluation is that Pujols and Thomas are the best bats in the format, let's suppose that's true. That's your evaluation. If you're missing them, maybe what you want to do is run a lot more pitching than everybody else.
Yeah, or play defense, or
Yeah.
Like that.
Well, but if you're going to play defense, you can play defense with some of the. There are actually a lot of low gold options that are good defensive cards.
Yeah, that's true.
So you play. So maybe what you do is you decide that you're going to invest. But I think I would rather invest in the best pitching than like the second or third best hitting. And similarly, if it were the opposite,
Yeah.
if you find that you're missing the big arms, same idea. Run bats.
Yeah. I mean, I think it does depend a little bit. Like if it's a card that's like the big card, and then the other card is like would be the big card still, except the other card is so much bigger. Then it's kind of fine to just play that one.
Yeah, I think if I have one of Pujols and Thomas, then I'm still willing to kind of run a mixed lineup. But
yeah, I don't want to say any specific things about this PTMS too much. Other than that, I think the format's actually, besides the obvious accessibility challenges, is really actually quite good. Promotes a lot of interesting roster decisions. So I'm very happy with it. And the draft
Well,
format, I think, is also pretty good.
I will say one other thing, which is just that judging from the history, um, you probably do not know yet what all the big cards are for this tournament.
That is also true. Um, but I think the format is such that you can compete without the big cards if you don't have them. So that I like. It is. There's no way to build a roster for this that is not going to be very expensive. Like a competitive roster is not very expensive. Um, so that's unfortunate. I mean, that's always been the way these have been, which is understandable. Um, I, I, I I would like to see them be more accessible, but if they're going to be expensive, like this is about as good a format I think as you could get.
Yeah, I still would design these a little bit differently. Uh, I think I would design this in a way where people had access to a more similar player pool.
No, I would too, but I mean, the decision clearly is that I don't think the wrong decision that having kind of open caps for these things, since they've always been that way, helps to get people to spend lots of points on cards, and that's good for the game or the
Yeah,
developers. And so I understand why they do that. Like I'm not really faulting them for it. It's not. I don't think it's like the best
sure.
for competitive integrity, but like I get it. Um, yeah, I mean, if you have no high end cards, it's going to be tough. I mean, there's no two ways about it. If you're like someone who just plays iron and bronze tournaments or whatever, and you don't care about league, like yeah, you're gonna have a rough time. And
Well, okay,
that's
so actually, I can tell you what I would try in that situation. I think you always want to do something where, like the one thing I try to avoid, uh, in building any roster, is I try to avoid sort of simply being dominated by the opponents. What I
yeah,
mean by dominated is sort of think about the equivalent if you have two cards. We just sort of compare the two, and it's like, well, this one's that one plus like 10 extra points of everything. That kind of never ends up winning. You know, I mean, you can get good RNG, you can win a game or two, maybe you'll get lucky and win a round, but you kind of have no way to win a tournament in that scenario.
yeah. I mean, the thing is that
So,
sometimes,
go ahead.
like we
Yeah.
have no, we have some where it's like this has happened in a lot of PTCSs, a lot of especially open PTCSs, where there's kind of like a baseline level team that like let's say 35 people out of the tournament 128 have or something
Yeah.
like that, and there's like the next level team that like five people have. And so the odds of like one of the 35 winning or one of the five winning are kind of about the same. But like if you're in the 35, like even though your group's odds of winning are fine, your individual odds of winning are not great.
Right. But I think that what I was going to say is I think though, so if you really have like no hope of a win condition, okay, fine. But I think this is a low enough cap number that you at least have the ability to give yourself a scenario where things get interesting. You know, one of the things with this low cap number is the teams that are playing all these big cards are not going to be very deep. Now, in a low cap where the floor weren't gold, in a low cap where the floor were iron, this would be even more true, right? But, even so, here, the 80 overalls, like, as a group, are not nearly as good as some of the low golds. So, maybe the thing to do if you have a lot of the key gold cards is take this low cap number and build a really deep team. You are going to be outclassed in game one and game two of every series. But if you can win a long series, you have a deep enough team, that maybe by game six or seven you're doing okay. And if it turns out that it's very competitive and then you start playing teams that are also coming off long series, there's at least a scenario where like your depth is a real asset. So
Yeah, I mean,
so you're not just playing like I don't have Frank Thomas, so I'm gonna play a first
right.
baseman that's a lot worse. You're
I mean,
actually turning it into here's a thing that my team does better than yours, and
yeah.
I just have to hope for a scenario where that's the important part.
I mean, I don't think that means that like you play like all gold. You play like three perfects or four perfects instead of seven, and then you fill in with more golds. Like, if you do not have the, like, yeah, you can try to do this stuff, but the problem with open caps, like I think I said earlier, like, is the top 100s are, they should be way, way over 100 based on their rating.
They are.
Um,
It's just that in this case, the gap between the 80s and mid to low 80s is big enough that I think you can make up for some of that. Like, I still haven't put my roster together because I don't think the key cards have been released yet to let me know how to put my roster together. But when I do, that's the decision I'm going to be making is, do I play 8 perfects and not get to use any of these, mid to low golds? Or am I going to sacrifice 1 or even 2 perfects in order to really get a bump? Because, like for example, there are some, especially around 84, 85, there are some golds that basically are perfects. Like Bill Freehand is basically a perfect catcher.
that card is good, I've heard.
Is he worth 5 points? Well, if I could replace 1 perfect with 4 upgrades from, like, who is the best 80 overall catcher in the game? Like, specifically at 80. Okay.
It's actually alive.
Well, here, I was going to say, let me look. I'll show. That's what I was going to show you. We'll look at the card shop. Okay. All I want catchers. Is this actually truly the only 2?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, so, I thought the Kevin Parada, yeah.
So there's Kevin Parada. There's Live Jonah Heim. Okay.
They're both horrible.
The gap between one of these cards and Bill Freehand is certainly more than a quarter of the gap to between, like, one of these cards and a perfect.
Right.
So there's some places where that's true. Now the problem is that's definitely not true everywhere, right? There are some perfects which are, as an example, right? Let's just compare 2 perfects, both of which are named Albert Pujols. Okay? The gap between this perfect and this perfect is bigger than the gap between Freehand and one of those catchers, probably. As good as Freehand is.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, because this Pujols should really be somewhere, probably 130.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is.
So that's kind of the set of decisions you're making. I don't think it would be correct to play none of the perfects because there are some perfects that are just off the charts good. But if I were missing those cards, what I would do is look for, some of these golds that are a lot better than 80s, because the trade-off is if I play my 8 perfects, I've got literally 5 points to spread around for everything else. And that everything else, of, let's say, 5 starters, 5 starting pitchers, 9 in the lineup, even before we start getting to reserves, that means, nearly half of my, key players are going to be 80 overall. And if the 80 overalls are much worse than the low golds, that's going to be an advantage for you at those positions, right?
If assuming you can get the game to a point where the perfect stop bashing you in the head, which is, you may not reach it. Like, you may lose in 4 games to Albert Pujols hitting 2 home runs.
Oh, that's a good point. 0 for 3 in perfect choice packs. Why don't I open a perfect choice pack? We'll end the stream that way. Let's see if we can get a Pujols, which is pretty much the main thing we want here, right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that while we end the stream. Let's see if we can get an Albert. No Albert. Actually, wow, this is a really bad pack.
Well, there's 1 TB3 card. Oh, 2 TB3 cards, I'm sorry. So that's not a great start.
So I will say I actually wanted an Abner Dalrymple, and the problem is that there is just none on the card shop because no one's pulling them out of packs.
think I'd be more interested in Seymour than Dalrymple, actually. Maybe Evers. Evers is pretty good for dead ball. So
The thing is, because I've been running Hannes at short, and then I'm running Monty
oh, it's
Ward, and then I'm running
honest,
Monty
yeah.
Ward at second, and so Evers doesn't fit. But Dalrymple actually, I think, still would play left for me in dead ball.
Uh, I guess so. You got Sherry McGee, then you should play that one.
Okay, well, if I were to go get a Sherry McGee, then yes, I would play Sherry McGee over Dalrymple. However, you know,
I mean, the most L10 I assume is Pollard or Bancroft still.
probably.
Uh,
Anyone in
wow,
chat want one of
that was
these?
crashing.
If anyone in chat wants one of these,
But Bancroft is not that good anymore, actually. So I guess that's understandable why he's crashing so much.
I mean, I still like Bancroft. I just don't like
Well,
him
but
as
not
much
yeah,
as
not
Hannes.
well, not even compared to Aparicio or Monty Ward or
I'd play him over Aparicio. Ward, I like better at second, but I kind of like that Tulowitzki more than you do
yeah.
too.
Tula's also better than him for sure. I mean, I'm playing Tulu in league. I'm pretty sure at the moment, but it's mostly because my park is really good for him.
I mean, you're right. The Evers isn't bad for dead ball stuff either.
I mean, these are only dead ball though. You're never gonna play Evers or Dalrymple anywhere else.
Um,
I don't know. I'd probably just take Paul and sell him, but
does Pollard even sell at this point?
I mean, he's still somewhere in the second tier lefties.
I should probably sell mine actually. I,
His
I, I,
L10 is
have,
two.
I have one I can sell.
Yeah, you could sell one for 250 or 200. Oh yeah, true, Mr. Maybe a theme team wants one. But yeah, that was not a great perfect choice pack, that's for sure.
No. All right. It's
There-
probably
really,
it's probably
I guess
Pollitt. It's probably Pollitt.
we're kind of getting to the point actually where a new tournament batch is not too long from now, right? Like it's been a while.
Could be. All right. It's probably Pollitt. I sort of do want an Abner Dalrymple. That's all. Like
I
this
mean, if you
is
think
like,
you're gonna
this is actually a nice dead ball card.
get, I mean, you're playing every dead ball, I assume. So
Yeah, I am
if you
playing
think
every
you're
dead
gonna,
ball.
like, you probably sell Pollitt for what? Like, let's say 200K. That's probably about right.
Right. The problem is what I would like to do is sell Pollitt and buy Abner, but nobody is pulling Abner out of packs.
Right. Yeah. Who's gonna take this unless you're gonna play him?
So, ooh, Jimbo, you forgot to set your PT Plus team. Well, it at least carry over the previous day. So it just means that you missed some pitching.
I don't think I've set mine in like a month. So
I'm just bad at it. Like here, I let me see how where's history. You can see how bad not that history. The PT live, the other history I'm okay at. The PT live history.
oh, actually, it reminds me. There was kind of an interesting note in the new patch that was released today.
Yes.
I have no idea what it is. So the first thing is really great change. Really happy with this change. In League, at least now, on the upcoming game, it shows you which park you're about to play, and you can mouse over it, and it'll give you the modifiers.
That one's nice.
So that's a really, really great quality of life change. Big improvement. To constantly click through all the park stuff.
Yeah, you can see how bad I am at this. I am.
Yeah, I don't even want to know where I am.
257th for the month. So
To be fair, I'm not really I'm not really playing so much. I am number 776. Woohoo! Oh, that's July. I'll look at August. No, September. No, but the other change was very interesting. They said there's some kind of score. I don't know what that means. That's going to be in the top area, which I don't know what that is exactly. The top area. And also it's in the manager ranking screen, but it's just everyone is dash right now. So we'll see. I don't know what that is.
Well, I wonder if this is just because they give you a season score at the end of each season.
That's true.
So maybe it's just that.
It's just the sum of that. Yeah. Then people who are crushing iron are going to have a very high score.
Yes.
I am curious what the top area is. I really can't figure out where that would be. In all
I'm
honesty,
thinking maybe it's like this area, like up here, where I can click on my baseball team, TBD, etc.
maybe, but I don't see anything new there. It looks the same. I guess we'll find out. It's obviously the top. Yeah, it's the top of something. That's for sure.
Yes. It's an area around the top.
Yeah, we think. I mean, maybe it's like you have to spin something, right? It's like a top, like a toy.
Well, or it could be top like best. It's the best area.
Oh, that's also possible. Yeah, I still don't know what area it is, but I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Okay. Anyway, good. Anything else we should go over? Oh, I forgot to check, but I assume we are by now out of the twipped.
If we're not, we're doing quite well in it. Uh,
Yeah, we are out of twipped. Yes.
oh well, I think that is the best we have ever done. So
We won like 2 games, and it was all because of Hal Witashik.
it was Hal Witashik. He did his job. He pitched his 4 innings. He pitched 6 innings. Like pitched 6 innings. Right?
He pitched 6 no-hit innings.
Yeah.
Just don't ask him about the 7th.
Yeah. He dominated those gym unknowns exactly.
We had a real opponent. We had a real opponent.
It was a real team. It was a real team. Actually, that's actually sort of funny. It would have been actually really quite bad to play Jim Unknowns in the first round with that because it would have left Witashik in the whole game, so he would have been pitching a no-hitter, and it would have killed his fatigue. It's actually better not to play Jim Unknowns.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Then I guess this is a good place to end the stream. Is there anybody we can raid into?
I don't know. Let's find out.
I don't see any OTP streams. Does anybody?
There is one person streaming OTP.
Oh,
They
who
have
is this?
one viewer at the moment. I've actually never seen this person before. I don't think streaming OTP, so no idea.
Should we raid into someone with one viewer? What do you all think?
I don't know. I'm doing well in perfect again, Mr. Audit, but that does not any
Oh
guarantee.
wait! Oh, hold on. I know what we forgot to do. I said I was setting up marbles on stream, and I have instructions for doing it, and I installed the thing.
Okay.
I think we can do 1 marbles on stream before we raid into somebody.
Is it actually running?
Let me just make sure. Okay, download and install. I did that. I'm just going to follow the directions, and if this doesn't work quickly, we'll give up. But I was told it's easy.
All right.
So play marbles on stream.
So the winner, I think, if you win, you get to pick our funny draft format for the next time. So let us know. Does that seem fair?
Sure. So then I have to connect it to. Hold on.
I don't know if our ability to do tech stuff on stream properly is any indication. You should not trust us about anything because it's not good.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. So I have to connect it to Twitch next, right? That's what they're saying. I'm going through.
Okay, you're way over my head already. So
no, Dr. Dynastic was nice enough to give me instructions, so I'm just figuring out how to do it. So connect to Twitch. I have to link the. Okay, does anyone know how to link the account? It just says no linked account, so I have to link the account first.
You can find the link in the top area.
Find link in the top area. How do I set up marbles on? Okay. Okay, linking. So we're in the top. Okay. I have something that says sign in. Aha. Hold on. Log in with Twitch.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, this is totally gonna work. This is totally gonna work.
It's this top area. I mean, apparently this is it's a magical place. I'd like to find it.
It is the top area. The top as in best. Yes. There we go. It is the top area as in best.
Yeah.
This is the best area. All right. We are linked. We are logged in. I can close this tab if I'd like.
Okay.
The game is waiting for me. Received invalid token. Try again. All right. One more try. One more
No,
try. What?
that seems like about par for the course for us. Invalid token. So.
As long as I don't have to connect it to Discord, because then there are issues.
Well, I still have one. See, okay, we're not even professional enough to have the commands work. Like that's how bad it is.
We're not even professional to have the commands work. Yes. All right. I think this is actually going to work this time.
Okay, you got a token now.
Well, I had a token before. It just apparently
wasn't
wasn't the right token.
Yeah.
So, plenty of tokens. Tokens aren't the problem. It's the other bit.
Yeah, I guess this kind of the important part of tokens, that it's the token the other party is looking for.
I knew there was a step I was missing. All right. Now it again says I'm logged in. Aha! Steam Link account successful. So, now that it is linked, now all I have to do is set up a race. Hold on, but it has to appear. One sec. I like the slash amateur one. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think what I do. Let me see if this works. So what I do, I guess, is I now show you that window instead, right?
That seems like the way to go.
Okay. So show the. We'll get this worked out by like the 5th time we do it, as usual, right?
Eventually, yeah. I mean, okay, to be fair, we have not had audio issues in quite a while now. Like, the audio has been, like, consistently, at least, people can hear us the first time.
Yeah,
So, like,
absolutely.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Let's try to figure out why it doesn't want to capture this. Why does it not want to capture this? That way it doesn't want to capture this. Alright. If this doesn't work in the next 2 minutes, we'll give up. But I actually think this is going to work. In the meantime, any more questions for us while we work on this?
Yeah, that's it. If anyone has questions, sure. Yeah, Mr. Audit, I don't know what you're talking about. You're tied for the best cricketer perfectly. I mean, it's definitely some Pythag luck going on, but
yeah, there's always some luck involved, right?
Yeah, gotta get lucky. It does help. I mean, I'm getting Pythag luck too. I shouldn't have as good a record as I do.
All right.
Oh,
hold on.
Oh,
This might have worked.
it's
Might have
on,
worked.
it's
Might have
on,
worked.
come on,
Might have
we did
worked. All right. So now we pick a race, right?
Okay, I have no idea what we do.
All right.
This is
I'll click
new to
random
me.
map.
Okay.
Random map. Viewer
Viewer is a
or
good name.
simulated race. Presumably, I want viewer.
Viewer.
Click
Yes,
race.
Definitely viewer.
Okay, and now people should be able to hit bang play, and that should join the race.
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna try it.
Let me try this. All right.
Oh, we got some people in. All right.
All right. I think we got this to work. I think we actually got it to work.
Oh, I'm green. Look at that.
All right. We actually got
You're
this
right.
to work. I think we have successfully
That,
managed to make one of the, I think we've successfully managed to like succeed at one of the easiest possible streaming tasks.
well, that's better than usual. So
No, that is legitimately better than usual.
this has been a banner stream. PT Twip Draft won multiple rounds, succeeding at basic streaming. Like
I know.
this
All
is
right, all right, all right. Let's do like maybe one. We'll do one practice race to make sure this works. All right, ready? Should I click start?
is anyone else coming?
All right, we'll give them a countdown.
30 cards in
Five,
4 hours. Yeah, that's true. That's pretty good for us.
3, 2, 1. All right, we're clicking start. Let's see if then it starts counting down from 10. Okay. Well,
Okay.
fair enough.
You count to 10, then you count down again. Why not?
Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll do this.
More counting, more better.
Is there a reason that it's not showing?
Well, so much for us succeeding.
Am I supposed
You
to
can watch.
drag this?
Oh, you have to move it.
Do I have to? Or do
Oh.
I have to move it?
I assumed it would just move on it.
I also assumed it would move on its own. Wait a minute. There's got to be some way to have it move on its own, right? Is there not a? Does it not do this on its own? What am I missing? Is there a way to tell it to move it on its own, everybody?
Well, we can watch the right side at least. That's it's a little less exciting.
Okay, where are they all going anyway?
I see they're just these little arrows. That's. Oh, you're still in.
I'm still in.
Behind, but you're still in.
There's
I don't know what
there's
happened
like the
to me.
alien thing going also.
I must have got zapped somehow. I guess.
Does the alien just zap you? Oh,
I don't know,
apparently
I'm
the
red.
oh, actually the red ones are zapped. Yeah,
I guess.
you fell
Oh,
off.
it fell off. That also it could be. I don't know. We it was off screen.
Okay, how do I? Okay, only 5 of 10 are alive. How do I zoom in? There's got to be a way to do this better, right?
There must be. This can't be the way.
This cannot be the. All right. I will play with the setting. This is why we need a practice one.
I don't know. You're up to second. So
Hold on, I'm winning.
whatever you're
No, I'm in
doing,
second again.
and
I have no idea what. Does someone actually know what I'm supposed to do with this?
some of them disappear. Apparently, I don't know. This is very. Oh, you're fifth now.
But wait, Wino is completely going off in like the other
Yeah,
direction.
Wino is apparently.
Oh, if I
Invictus is
click the
now
names
in
on the
front.
right, clicking the names on the right is not changing the camera.
My poor. Yeah. I don't understand. Oh, Invictus won apparently. Okay.
Invictus
Congratulations.
won.
I don't know what happened, but good job.
I don't know how you won, but you won.
All right.
I came in second.
We did it. Kind of. Yeah, Mr. Audit. It was. See, okay, I don't understand that. 'Cause wasn't Mr. Audit?
All right, hold on. There's got to be. Wait, okay, settings.
Now it's on fire. Okay.
So settings. Is there a setting that basically
Like follow the marbles?
marbles? Yeah,
You would think that would be the default setting, but
you would, wouldn't you?
yeah.
Resolution's fine. Colorblind mode. Auto set quality.
No, that doesn't seem. Maybe there's some like hotkey or something you gotta hit.
Does anybody know how to do this? There's got to be an obvious.
Oh, uh-oh. What? That didn't seem good. Now it's only half the screen. There's a purple thing behind it. I don't know what this purple thing is.
All right. Okay, undid that.
Okay, yeah, that's much better.
What other settings are there?
There must be some key you gotta press or something.
Okay, settings. Auto set quality, fine. 3D resolution. Shadows. No, I just want the thing where you do the thing.
Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. This is called Marbles on Stream, right?
Yeah. Am I just supposed to follow it? Is that the idea? I'm supposed to follow everything?
How do you? Hold on. Tab. You press tab.
I hit tab.
Apparently. Okay. Or you can use WASD to move the camera around also.
I see. Okay, it looks like I can like press 1 to follow the model that's in first place.
Oh, let's do that then. That seems good.
I think that's right. Yeah, view first is 1, right? All right, all right. Let's try this one
Yes.
more time.
Okay. Okay. That looks good. Sounds like we should head to the marbles to give some feedback. Ooh.
All right, random one.
Sure.
All right,
Press delivery.
one more try. One more
All
try.
right. So we'll press 1. That's the end. All right. Let's see.
Press
See it.
1. Okay. All right, we'll try this one more time.
All right. I'm in again.
Because definitely what we did last time was not working.
It's because I'm a moderator near the broadcast, so that's why we got the fancy colors. I wonder if we give people colors? That'd be much more interesting. If we have colors.
Probably. If you can figure out how to do it. All right, let's try this again. One more try.
Like
Like a defending champ color. Very nice.
deserve
Yep,
one.
defending champ color for Invictus. All right, we're gonna start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's try it, and this time I'm supposed to hit like 1 and
1.
follow the marble.
Okay. Well, it can't be worse than the last time, so.
No, it can't.
It was very funny though.
Oh, this is actually better. Here you go.
Okay.
So we can
yeah.
follow
Oh, this is much better.
Yeah. So we can follow whoever's in first down the chute.
Oh, why did the thing tell me to press tab?
Here you go. Isidafo is now in first. No,
in
Invictus is
first?
in the lead again. Invictus has the fastest marble.
Okay. It's steroids. We've got to test them.
Apparently, you only have energy 8 of 9, though, whatever that means.
I have no idea.
So you need,
don't know how you-
at some point you need an off day.
How do you get more or less energy? The 100
don't
overall
know.
marble exactly. Yeah, Invictus is a perfect.
Invictus is the
marble.
perfect. Invictus is actually just running away with this, or
That's tier marble.
or rolling away with this, as the case may be.
Yeah, some marbles just don't have it exactly. That's why you got to play the marbles to find out.
Yep. Oh, low launch. Oh, wow. That may be bad.
Oh no, that was almost really good. It almost
No, I
almost
think
flew
he
right
got.
to the
I think he just got knocked out.
Yeah, he did. So now
So Wino's in the
first, but
lead.
he's
Wino's
stuck.
gonna try.
He also has energy 8 of 9.
Wino.
Okay, I think he's further
Wait.
than Invictus was.
No, Zen
So
Lunatic
Stratico is
thinks
now
he's in the
first.
lead. No, Zen Lunatic's dead.
All right. Let's see. Nope,
Oh, here we
Cicero
come.
is
No, wait,
gone.
I just got launched.
Everyone's getting launched. I didn't get launched. I'm
No, you're still
in.
alive. You're still alive.
Why is it following me? I'm not in first. Oh, you're out.
I'm
Hold on,
out.
Why are we not? Why are we watching me? Why should we be watching Wino?
Because Wino. Oh no, Wino's still alive. I thought he was dead. No, Wino wins.
Why was it watching me the whole time?
Yeah, I can zoom out. Zoom out. That's right. I should zoom out a little bit and then watch. All right, I think I figured out the the controls. But I think Isidafo, I think you are gonna place here.
Finish. All right, I'll take it. That's pretty good.
And where is Monteradon? Okay,
So
you're still stuck up here.
Still gonna get a choice pack. I think the energy is the races you can do maybe. Oh, so I guess so. If there's a lot of people,
So if you run out of energy, does that mean you can't race anymore?
I guess just if there's a lot of people, that way everyone gets a chance. That makes sense.
Oh, I see.
Fine,
Yeah,
yeah,
see the energy is
good
like
thought.
-1.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
All right, let's do. Should we
Wait,
do?
why
Should
did
we
I
do
have
one more?
eight?
Now that we know how this is going,
That's correct. All right. Thank you. I
uh,
was doing the headlight.
oh, here we go. Apparently, we can do viewer choice. So you can hit vote, bang vote, and then a number, and you can vote
We
for
should
the
let
next
the
map.
that should be like the prize. I guess we said the winners would get to pick a draft format.
All right, we'll let the winners pick the draft format. This one's for real, and the winners pick a draft format. That sounds good.
Okay.
So if you hit vote and then a number, you can pick, what is it, from 1 to 59.
All right. Have we started it?
I think if you hit vote, it'll work. Does that not work?
All right. Let me try. What's a good name?
I don't know. Just from 1 to 59, you pick your favorite.
Oh, vote 69.
Unfortunately, there is
Not
no...
quite. That would be the overall winner, I think. I'm going for Death Alley. That sounds very exciting. Maybe everyone.
Oh,
will
actually,
lose.
here at the top left, it shows what the leader is. Twisted Toothpick apparently is what we're doing.
Okay, sure.
All right. Oh, hold on. Here we go. They have a what is Grand Prix? I guess is that just a bunch.
I'm guessing that's there's a bunch in this.
I
Like,
see.
overall.
Royale, there are a few of these.
Yeah, let me just do one.
Grand Prix. All right, we're doing
Oh.
one. All
Yeah,
right,
let's do
this is it for all the marbles, as it were.
Twisted Toothpick. Okay.
All right,
Sure.
here we go. Twisted Toothpick. Winner gets to decide our next imperfect draft format for next stream.
Grand Prix is a grouping of races. All right.
All right, so winner will get to decide for next stream what imperfect draft we're doing.
Yep.
That sounds fair.
Yep. Or
So-
yeah, if you don't want to, that's also fine.
Big responsibility.
Now that everyone's had a chance, see, now the people of less energy are they at a disadvantage now because they race more? Like, should you hold back your energy?
Don't know. Yeah. Well,
that a
I
tobacco?
guess that depends how big a rotation you're running.
That's true. Yeah. I guess it.
You know.
Am I in? I don't know, Mr. Audit.
I don't know.
I don't
Try
see
play
anything.
again just in case. So do you know what happens when you hit 0 energy? Are you just not allowed to play anymore?
I guess so.
There must be a way to get more energy then.
Maybe there must be people maybe after some number of races, everyone gets some back. You can still play. So
what does
United
energy do
Advantage
then?
it just counts, I guess. Marbles plus.
Marbles
Exactly.
play. Yeah, exactly.
You got extra energy.
All right. I think is everyone in that wants to?
You no longer accrue points. Okay, so I guess that's if you're doing some kind of long thing. You only.
Oh, I see. All right. Is everyone in that wants to be in? All right. Here we go.
Is there anyone who does who's not in it? Anyway, yeah.
All right. We are starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, etc., etc. All right. Here we go. No, we're starting another
That's true.
10.
Please screen is much further down than everyone else. That's interesting. I wonder how they choose where everyone starts.
I assume it's random.
I guess so.
I'll zoom out a little bit so we can see how we're doing. Our leader is Invictus again. No, I'm in the lead. Let's see.
Oh, Ludlud. Just missed it.
Rob Deer in the headlights is... Wait. No,
Some
no,
people-
he's still alive. Still alive.
Whoa, Rob Deer in the headlights, this guy. That's a fancy looking marble.
He's got some kind of rocket, it looks like. I don't know how you got the
Wow.
rocket, but...
Everyone's very close now.
This doesn't
Oh,
look
I
like
see.
one that
Okay.
everyone's getting killed, which is at least good. Oh,
I see,
Giobon
so one
Rockhounds
of them-
has a huge lead.
Yeah.
No, oh, okay, no, it looks like you can die on this one, actually.
Oh, people will play in multiple. Oh, people. Okay. It's just a. Okay. That makes sense.
No, everyone's still alive?
I know people are. Oh, you just fall down really
Oh,
fast.
Slash,
Alright,
is
here we
boost
go.
a thing? Is it
it's just-
asking
this is-
for boost?
This is very close.
Is that a winner? No.
Giobon
How
Rockhounds
far away
barely
from the end?
barely in the
though?
lead.
No, he's got a big lead now, right?
Now it's a big lead. Yeah. Well, the record's 121, so I guess a little bit more.
Running,
Oh, very
absolutely
nice.
running away with it. No, wait, hold
Yeah.
on.
Oh, here. Oh,
No, Cleishreen at the end.
please, Sweden coming in at the end. Wow. So walk off basically.
Yes.
Yeah, you got a little got some boost there at the end, I guess. Yeah.
All right. And so you get to choose if you want to what imperfect draft we will do. I suppose next stream because
Yeah.
we've been going for a bit.
It's long enough. Yeah. Let us know.
So
Feel free to reach out to one of us if you have the ability to do so still. Uh,
yeah, they will do so still. Yes. All right. Sounds good. And now we've learned how to do this on stream.
yes, that's true.
Oh, apparently there's
Rob Deere in the
energy
headlights.
earned. Oh, I see. There's energy earned.
I would say Rob Deere in the headlights with the fancy marble finished in last. So I guess it's
What
LEs are
are
not
what
very
are the
helpful in
points
this
all the
game.
way on the left? Is that like there's
I don't
something
know.
fancy in there?
These
He's got,
numbers are
he's
so
got a
big,
lot
I
of
can barely
points. He's
read
got
them.
1,243 points. So
Bonus. I don't know. There's a lot going on here on this screen. I do not understand any of it. So
he's a professional.
Not like us. We're not professionals.
We are very much not a professional. But been playing since 8 a.m.
Yeah.
There's nothing compared to the people who take it seriously.
I guess.
Is there actually some strategy to this? I assume it's just you type play and it's just random, right?
You type it really well, just with a lot of conviction.
We should raid a Marvel streamer.
Oh, that's to take the first catcher you see. Okay.
All right, I like that plan. The next perfect draft, you must take the first catcher you see. All right, we're going to do that. We will do that for our imperfect draft next week. Is there anyone we found that we can raid?
I guess if you get two in the same round, you get to pick.
We could raid Cavacom. Should we do that then? Or do we? Or is
Oh.
there any? All right.
No, let's do that.
All right, we can raid Cavacom, or we can raid. Here, I'll do a quick poll. 1 minute poll. You know,
It's entirely randomized. Yeah. You need to believe in your marble. Like that's really what sets the dedicated players apart.
Cavacom was doing Football Manager, the one viewer OOTP stream. I guess those are our
Rated
options,
R.
right?
Rated R sometimes.
What?
Mr. Rouse says Cavacom is not for all audiences. Rated R sometimes. That's fine.
All right. Who do we want to raid?
Alright.
Cavacom or the one viewer stream? I don't know if it's good or bad to raid a one viewer stream. Like, will they want 100 people to show up, or will that be like?
I have no idea. This is the only stream I've ever done. So he's currently losing, so we're inching towards rage. Well, that's the best time to do it then, right?
Is rage good or bad in this case?
I don't know. Rage sounds like we're being entertaining. It's okay. Well, it looks like one viewer OTP streamer is winning.
All right, we're gonna go. His
Oh.
table has fist marks.
Typically hilarious. Okay. Well, check out Cavacom too.
Then definitely check out Cavacom as well. But I think the people have spoken. We're gonna raid Gummy when moist, because that sort
That
of
is a
raid
phenomenal
cannot
raid.
possibly go wrong.
No.
Let's be nice to them.
Yes.
You know.
Not for all audiences either.
Say
We don't know.
wait. He's got moist in his name.
We have no idea. It's a mystery raid.
It is a mystery raid. All right, we're gonna find out. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Isidafo, for joining me on the stream.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun as always.
And this will be entertaining. See y'all next week.
All right. Bye, everyone.